shifted away. So I ask, as if like I stay on any topic ever. So Longdeath has hit year 200, and we have a king. The king is Kade, who's a name from YouTube, who is the child of two of our migrant dwarves. He's generally pretty happy. Asks us to make a lot, and I do mean a lot of ballista arrows. So we're constantly assembling ballista arrows for him. He's the son of Paranoid Android and Crazy Beard, and his lover is Tyrus II. Has been in the fortress for like 40-something years. He's 51 years old, so this store's been around for a bit. Even though it took a little while to, become this king. What seems weird? That the king's in the fortress, or that it took like 50 years for them to inherit it? As far as the fortress itself goes, we now have these up here. The past king died of old age. The mountain home is still there, although we've stopped receiving traders from the mountain home, which seems normal, but we also don't have the other members of royalty. I had to turn off the jobs of Dungeon Master and Hammerer because one of my dwarves actually got a death sentence, and it was a dwarf that I really liked. So we're currently like just refusing to carry out a death sentence because kings can do that. They can just be like, yo, go execute this fucker. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It does look weird, but like, I don't know. I kind of want to watch it because it looks like my brand of weird, you know what I'm saying? Yes, Dwarven Law. Dwarven Law, go stab this fucker in the head. Of course, the fields are still here. We got plenty of unicorns breeding once again. And things are pretty much the same. Calm, as per usual in Longdeath. Many dead chinchillas sit in the corpse piles. No idea. I mean, it could be a bug. It could be because we have the king. We're not technically the mountain home. We're only listed as a village in the top right or top left. So I don't know. It's a good question. We discovered how water clocks work. So I think we actually have a new book now about water clocks. Kind of seems that way. Called Musings on the Water Clock. I need to actually find it though. I've seen a few dwarves reading it. Yeah, it was written by Sparkly, my mayor. It's apparently passable, but it wrote it on a parchment quire that's showing some wear, which is interesting. But we do have some new books written now, which is kind of neat. Yeah, so all of your books on stitches are still there. Honestly, like we joke about those, but those are actually like really good books. My favorite is like one of my dwarves kind of went bonkers on all of these. These are all just copies of several of our first books that one of my scribes just sat there and copied for like a week. Do you have to start to be concerned about minting coins? Why in the world would I be concerned about minting coins? I'm actually going to deconstruct both these tables because I think those are stuck. But yeah, why in the world would I be concerned about minting coins? Ammo? I mean, yeah, that's all coins are useful for, which is not something I really need. There we go. Now they're putting all the books away. Interesting. Apparently books get stuck on tables. How do you keep yourself up for prolonged periods of time? You had a 4 hours of stream today, but you feel like your stream was too short. Here's your question. Should I move my streams forward a few hours to try and make them even longer? Do what you want to do. Straight up. Like, that's literally all it is. Just do whatever the heck you want to do. I mean, I stream, like, this is the thing that people see, right? People see me right now in 2021 streaming, right? Streaming like on an off day, 5 hours, on a normal day, 8 to 10, right? Maybe 12. I've been doing this for almost a decade. I've been doing this for 8.5 or 7.5, almost 8 years. 8.5 if you count the stuff I did before. Do not compare yourself to me. Do not compare your hours to the hours I can stream. Do not attempt to do that. Just do what you feel is enough. If you're brand new to streaming, fucking have fun with it. If you feel like something's too short, you feel like you're over streaming, you feel like you need to stream, you should stop and reassess. Because this is not something you'll make money doing, right? You can make money doing this. I made $6 in my first 2 years, okay? Just have fun with it. Do what you think feels fun. Stream enough. I can't tell you how long you should stream, when you should stream, how you should stream, how far you should stream, how much you should stream, whether or not you should use a camera, how your microphone is. Do what you enjoy. It's a fucking hobby. Treat it like one. If you're thinking about it like a job and you've only just started, you've already fucked up and you're never going to get anywhere. Like, quite literally. Like, that's the thing you need to know. Is like, if you're treating it like a job on day 3, you've already fucked up. Because you will burn yourself out and hate it very quickly. This is why I hate Twitch currently. This genuinely. Like, I'm gonna drop some bombs here right now. Twitch has designed itself from the ground up. Redesigned itself from the ground up over the past 4 or 5 years. To make you think it is a job. When I started streaming back in 2013 and restarted streaming in 2014 into 2015, there was no affiliate program. There was no bits. You needed 300 concurrent viewers to get partnered. Nobody made money doing this. Everybody doing this was doing it for fun. That was all it was capital F-U-C-K, fun. It was fun. No one knows how to do that anymore with streaming. They start streaming and they go, okay, I need overlays. I need notifications. I need a dono button. I need sub badges. I need all these. No, just fucking stream and have fun with it. Talk to some people. Play some games. Have a good time. Don't pressure yourself into making money doing this shit. Don't sign the affiliate contract. Just have a good time and decide if you like it or not. Maybe in a year you'll have a small audience of people that tune in. So many people just worry so much about printing all of the money doing this, and it is so fucking unhealthy. No one's going to exist anymore. I don't remember F-U-C-K spelling fun. Yeah, I like that. That's an obscure reference to a thing somebody said to me years ago. So. You briefly checked around in Longdeath and you noticed many Fort veterans want decenter meals, and you thought that thought is in red. What, in this fortress? I mean, probably, because meals are still bugged in the version that I'm playing. It's a different kind of fun. It's more of like a frustration instead of fun. So instead of actually having fun, you think you're having fun, but in reality, you're just stressing yourself out. It's more what it is. I pulled all of my books out of those 2 glitched out tables, and now everybody is reading them. That is very funny. It's not like you need to set up a royal mint. Yeah, like based on like the king comment from earlier, yeah, like coins don't actually do anything, so you don't need to mint coins ever. Because coins don't actually do anything. I mean, I have been occasionally minting coins, but I ran out of silver, which is what I was minting my coins out of. Your response is on you? No. It's Twitch's fault. Twitch has completely gamified it all and made it seem super easy and fun. But the part that they don't show is the part where they're actually just making money off of you because you are the product, not you starting a business through Twitch. For Twitch, the streamers are the product and we are making money for them, right? So, I don't know. It always irks me when I see somebody who's just starting out on this and is asking me questions like that, because it's like, the first year I streamed an hour and a half a day, you know? Like, you think I took this seriously as long as I've been doing this? Fuck no. First good long while was just me screwing around and having a good time. Like, this was literally like just a way of me playing games and getting to talk with a friend or two. Wait, really? Loot boxes for Anno 1800. Please explain. How is Anno 1800 getting loot boxes? You want to practice martial art? Are you not? Oh, huh. Are you brave? She finds something humorous in everything, no matter how inappropriate or something looming danger. Anything? Impervious to the effects of stress. Ooh, there you go. Yeah, you know what? Apostle the Second, you're 140 years old. I think it's time for you to get your retiree gig. You're gonna join the Eternal Guard for a bit. We're gonna get them training. Well, good to know. I guess I will never I mean, I wasn't really planning on it, but I will never stream Anno 1800 again. I like Anno 1800. I think that game's cool, but that's unfortunate. Skins for in-game characters via loot box. Cool. And a mostly, in my opinion, single-player management game. I don't care if it's completely playable. I mean, to give you an idea, like, I love the Trials games. Trials is a very fun franchise for me. I really, really, really like that series of games. I stopped playing Trials Rising because of the way the progression works. It's all loot box based. It's completely loot box based. So I stopped playing it. It's like everything. Every time you finish a race, you get 3 loot boxes. Like, you can't actually buy them, but they're probably, I would assume they're in-game. Okay. Although what I think is hilarious is, isn't Germany one of the countries that's slamming down on loot boxes the hardest? Because if Germany is, then isn't, like, the majority of Anno's audience German? Because, like, what? Is it okay in Germany? Okay. I for some reason, I thought that, like, Germany was one of the countries that was actually, like, cracking down on that shit. It's Netherlands and Belgium. And Canada, apparently. And a royal treasurer has arrived because we're into summer, so the humans are here. Goes hand in hand with online gambling laws. I mean, here's the thing, like, we have online gambling laws, like, online gambling is legal, but you can't... Actually, do I want to... Online gambling is legal here, but online gambling directed at children is very much not. And a lot of those things are very much directed at children. The humans have arrived to trade with both of their trade caravans, too. Which is nice, actually. A couple years in a row, they didn't arrive with both. So that's good to see. But I got an email from a company that shall remain anonymous that said, "Hi, I'm person from company. And TLDR company specializes in esports betting. And they were offering to pay me $20, basically, to go to their esports betting website and bet $20 that they would provide, of course, at the beginning of a stream, and then check my winnings at the end, and potentially win an extra $20 back. So if my bet did win, I would get an extra $20 back. And they were offering to do that weekly for like the next 6 weeks off of these small tournaments that were happening. I want to say it was CSGO tournaments. Anyway, yeah, fuck that. Zaki says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Wood, please. I mean, for some reason I thought it was more of Europe that was taking on that. I knew that Belgium was spearheading it, but for some reason I thought that it was it had spread outside of Belgium more than just, you know, Belgium as a company, or not company, country. You're amazed Zacky's still about? Me too, kind of. Yeah, good old Zacky. To advertise gambling to minors. I mean, I get offered deals for I got offered a sponsorship to a slot machine site not too long ago. It depends on where you are. I mean, I know a Hearthstone streamer who's from Brazil who always has a big ass ad to bet on Hearthstone's like tournaments on his channel. And it's like, it depends on where you are. Here, yeah, it's definitely illegal. Again, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Europe generally usually has healthier ideas about gambling, yet you can play slot machines in an airport in the UK. I'm not certain that's healthy. Sure, maybe more open ideas to gambling. Maybe they're quicker at talking about it, and it's less like locked in criminal activity. But my tongue slipped. Okay, company, country, it's almost the same word. Come on. In a world of capitalism, how is it any different? That's a terrifying thought that I don't want to think about again.
Many people ask me, Nikita,
You got to work on a car. Good for you. I feel like I have a mild flu. And my arm hurts. But in 1 week, I get to go to a coffee shop, so I'm excited. UK isn't in the EU. There is a reason why they didn't enter Brexit. I mean, I'm not sure what that has to do with loot boxes, but okay. Yeah, but to get Uplay coins, you have to play a lot of Ubisoft games, which is blech. Why would you want to do that? Also, what kind of car, Ryan? Oh, fair enough. Gotcha. Fun stuff. I mean, I disappeared yesterday because I went and got stabbed in the arm, which was fine. It was a Kia Soul. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Got to do a hot brake swap then. Sounds fun. Might be the reason they're removing it slowly. I mean, I like Anno, but I don't like Anno that much. I mean, I have like 40 hours on Anno 1800. I did it all in like a week, and I don't think I will ever play 1800 again. I will play whatever the next Anno game they put out is. The problem that I have with Anno is like, I love Anno for like a month, and then I just get really bored, and then I never want to play it again. How am I feeling? I just said I'm feeling like shit. I feel like someone punched me in the arm real hard. I have mild flu symptoms. I feel kind of hot and sweaty. I feel kind of groggy. Feel tired, fatigued. You know, that shit. So hopefully it's all gone by tomorrow, but we'll see. Supposedly, if I get major flu-like symptoms and they stick around for more than 5 days, I'm supposed to call an ambulance. So that's fun. So, yeah. Patch broker save and then you never touch it again. Sounds about right. Yeah, that would have stopped me too, Zanny. My main problem with it is it's like, Anno always focuses way too fucking hard on the combat stuff, and I always really enjoy Anno, and then they start focusing on the combat stuff. Hey, Sparkly got reelected. All right. And I need to make 3 ballista arrows. And so whenever I get to the part where I have to do the combat, I go, right, this is why I always stop playing Anno, and then I stop playing Anno. I mean, it's working. That's fine. So that part's fine. Your vaccines apparently give people blood clots. Yeah, my mom was offered that vaccine. I can't remember the name of it, mind, but I've heard that too. Supposedly, or oddly specific statement here, but supposedly it's mostly caused for menstruating women. Supposedly. But then it was on and off again and on again and off again. And it still stopped in a lot of countries, and you went and get vaccinated, but to be, I mean, that sucks, man. Does it feel hard to breathe? No. No, it feels like mild flu symptoms is what it feels like. I don't have any issues breathing or anything. Everything feels fine, except like I feel achy. Does that make sense? It's like I feel like I have a mild, like, you know, in normal times when you get mild flu symptoms and you're like, man, I feel like shit. And it's like not bad enough that you actually like will not get out of bed. Like you'll still go do all your shit. You'll still go do everything and you'll still like go through your day, but you just kind of feel like garbage. That's kind of how I feel right now. That's kind of how I feel. AstraZeneca. Yeah, that's the one that my mom was talking about. Yeah. That's the one that my mom was talking about. So yeah, no, I mean, they're still offering AstraZeneca here, but it's like to people between the ages of 55 and 65. And there's not a lot of it here. Also, hey, Narkoski. Cause is up in the air, if you recall correctly. But here's the thing, right? If a small number of problems happen, that's enough to like fear for people to just stop taking a specific vaccine, right? Like if there's enough fear surrounding it that like it spreads into the public lexicon, then like people just stop. Doesn't matter. Like literally doesn't matter. If there's one or two small cases of people getting hurt from these things, like yeah, no, they stop immediately. And they couldn't separate those cases from the present caused by birth control pills. Fun! Newer annos have less combat than the older ones, and you could build a city wall on the land. Okay, you know, here's the thing, right? Diamond, if Anno had no combat, I would love Anno. Instead, it's like just a franchise that, yeah, I enjoy for a bit, you know? If they straight up just had no combat at all in Anno, those games would be 100% better. 100% better. Do what you gotta do, cutest. But yeah, no. I just have like this slight sniffle and I feel achy and my arm hurts. But it's like, I'm okay outside of that. I'm okay outside of that. Totally fine. Just trying to trade with these damn humans. Ooh, sterling silver. Fancy. I can make some sterling silver coins. But yeah, we really should mint a few coins. It's just not why I go to Anno, right? I go to Anno for City Builder. And when I do play Anno, I always turn off the combat. Like, I just completely disable it in the game options. But I always start playing through their campaigns until I get to the combat heavy bits, and then I'm like, you know what? That's not why I'm here. I'm not into this. Like, as a City Builder, Anno is excellent. As an RTS, it's like, God, why are you even fucking trying? You know, it's like, why? You were all ready to be forced to sit on the couch all day? Yeah, I mean, I'll just be a little bit more cranky than usual today, I think. Like, if I get a little nippy, I'll just end stream early. But, I mean, I think I'll be fine. I think I'll be fine. I think that I will be fine. Yeah, but see, here's the thing, right? When you're paying for a full price game and you dislike a huge portion of it, you're never going to play it for very long, right? Like literally a third of Anno, I just have no interest in. So Anno keeps me interested until it gets to the point where it really wants me to take part in that part that I don't like. And that's when I stop every time, right? So yes, I do not like the combat. And yes, I can just play custom matches with no combat, but well, I mean, I get press keys, right? Ryan? But, like, I have no interest in going back for their DLCs or their expansion stuff because it's like, well, you're going to make me do the combat again, and I'm just going to get sad because you're going to make me do the combat again. And yeah, you add new biomes and they add new production routes and all that stuff, but like damn streamers, these fucking privileged fools. But like I enjoy setting up the cities and I enjoy all of that stuff and I enjoy large portions of the campaign, but like I always just get tired of it because it's obviously trying to push me towards the combat stuff. And if they made one of those games with no combat in it whatsoever, I would enjoy that franchise for a lot longer every time. But instead, I get tired of it and don't want to play it anymore. And that's usually what happens. So I play 30, 40 hours of every Anno game that comes out and enjoy it for that period of time and eventually get frustrated and stop playing, which is what happens. Because like if you play with combat turned off, then you basically have to play with the enemy AI turned off because like, well, what's the point? And then like a huge chunk of the game is just missing. So I don't know. They're fine games. Like they're okay. They're just always kind of make me a little bit sad because I wish they were better. I wish they were more focused on what they were good at instead of what they were bad at, in my opinion. But lots of people like those games, and that's great. They're just not entirely meant for me anymore. I'm gonna buy these parchment sheets. You know, fuck it. I'll buy your bronze wheelbarrow because we can actually use that. There we go. That's more stuff. Making good looking water. I mean, Anno is some of the... Like, I would actually... Okay, I hate this game. Anno 2205. I think that game is awful. Possibly one of the worst games I've ever played. But good God, that game has some desktop quality screenshots right there. Like, you could just, like, go into that game, turn off the UI, and screenshot anything, and it's like, yep, there's your desktop background for the next 6 years because, God, that game looks good. Wish it was a good video game, but, God, that game is beautiful. Like, holy shit. That game is pretty. But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to 2 weeks from now, where I will be through the period of now you can actually go outside, even though it's not fully vaccinated because I still need the booster, which is in 4 fucking months. But you know, I can go outside. You used to be rich. Congrats, Bastet. Congrats. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Bastet because she used to be rich? Pour one out. Also, welcome everybody to the blind rants about misbehaving countries getting access to vaccines before all the countries that did a good job stream. And Anno. Thanks everybody for hanging out in the channel today. Seriously. Hey Lemon Duck, hope you've been well. Ryan, we need to fucking record a podcast at some point, you know? We need to do that. You've been enjoying Timberborn? I probably would like Timberborn, yeah. I just never really got around to it. That game's in early access, yeah. And successfully didn't get COVID. Yeah, I'm glad he did. Like that's the kind of the hard bit, right? Is like, it's very easy to just be like, oh well, X country didn't do a good job, and yeah, see that I'll play it once it's more finished. I don't really want to play a half-finished management game like that. I find that those games are never as much fun when they're half-finished, Zany. But that's just me. So you beta test it for me and let me know when it's done. I'll play it. But where was I going? It's always been kind of frustrating when I feel for everybody in Europe, and I feel for everybody, like all my friends in Canada who are just like staring down the barrel of another 6 months of lockdown right now. It just sucks. Just sucks. Yeah, no, I mean, I watched the footage of other people streaming it, and I thought it was in early access, but I guess not, yeah. 4 of them had it. That's not great odds, Ryan. I think Hobo had it twice. Like, yeah, that's real bad odds right there. Not a huge fan of that. You had symptoms, but it came back negative. I sometimes wonder how accurate some of those tests are. Like, genuinely. You think you had it in March last year? I think my uncle was patient zero because my uncle was at 24 hours at Daytona. I think it was 24 hours at Daytona in Florida. Right when shit was getting started. And there we go. Those are getting done. And so right when the pandemic was kicking off, he was down in Florida and didn't actually go to the races or to the race at all because he got super sick right when he got there and then flew home wanting to throw up with having like all of the symptoms and never got tested and made it home eventually and never got tested for antibodies. But I'm willing to bet that that my uncle was one of the early patient zeros. You booked a time for antibodies and you had nothing? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. There isn't people who are naturally immune for Eskins, but there are people who will show no symptoms. That doesn't mean you're immune. It just means that you don't show any of the problem symptoms. It just means you're just a carrier. That doesn't mean you're immune. Immune would mean that you'd get it and kill it, but being a carrier doesn't mean that you kill it. I mean, once you've been vaccinated with the first shot, you can still carry it and infect other people, which is basically as bad. The only difference is if you know someone else who's had a shot, then you can go give them a hug. But I'm super jealous because like one of the people on one of the podcasts I listened to got his second shot, and then that weekend went to a birthday party with 5 people that had all had both of their shots, and none of them are at risk. And I'm just like, man, you fuckers in New York, god damn it. Like I have friends that are like looking at like the reality of this, and they're just like, COVID be living rent free. I mean, there's plenty of things living rent free in your body, my dudes. Watch a biting demonstration. Delicious. Wait for biting demonstration. Organize a spear demonstration. I love those little text bubbles. Fim, would you like to be in the military? Self-pity after being unable to practice a craft. Well, that sucks. Unable to pray? Okay. Not really. You don't seem to care too much about this. Your first shot's next week. Yeah, I mean, I just it hurts knowing that there's so many people up here that just aren't getting shots for a very long time. Just hurts. Biting demonstration. Biting is a very important skill in dwarfs. In dwarven combat. How else are you gonna bite the head off of a lion? Without a biting demonstration to learn how to do it, you know? Dwarves have very powerful jaws. Very strong weapon. 3 a.m. to get your shot? What? That seems like a wild time of day. Why do you have to go at 3 a.m. to get your shot, right? I mean, it's just part of wrestling. Biting is just part of wrestling. Indoors. It was the only time slot that was open? Huh. Well, okay. I mean, mine was a 2-hour drive away. So I spent more time in a car yesterday than I think I spent last year in a car. Me and my mom drove all the way down and all the way back, and it was a 4-hour round trip. I mean, no, he just modded it himself. Diamond is very, very dedicated to getting the 18+ content in Dwarf Fortress. How much charge? We had to charge when we were down there. So we drove down there and we had like, I think it was 53% left. So we probably could have maybe made it back. But we just went and found a charger by a local community center, plugged in, took the dog for a walk, and then charged for 45 minutes and drove back, which was more than enough to get back. No, I also want a gremlin for mayor. Gremlin for mayor! Gremlin for mayor. Longdeath needs you, gremlins. Actually, the one gremlin I've seen in this fortress was like insta-gibbed by a forgotten beast. So, you know. Rhine 2 for mayor? I mean, in theory, well, actually, here's what you really need to do, Rhine. Here's what you really need to do. Rhine 2, who, by the way, is a scholar, is a scholar and is an apprentice under trees. You, because you are a lady, need to just go woo the king and become queen. That's what you really need to do. But good luck, because the king's already together with somebody. You're not even friends with the king. You don't even have a passing... You're not even a passing acquaintance with the king. Less paperwork, too, than being a mayor. How's day going, Taylor? Day's going all right. Day's going all right. Although I said this earlier, and a few other people seemed to get it. The actual shot itself felt about the equivalent of getting a blood thinner shot. So if you've ever been put on blood thinners, which is a very, very like random thing, because like it's a long needle, but it doesn't hurt at all. Like you barely feel it. Like it's a big scary needle, but it's like it just kind of, there's pressure and then it's done. It more or less feels like a blood thinner. So if you've ever been given blood thinners in hospital or by a doctor, that's basically what the shot felt like, at least for the Moderna, which is what I got. That's what it feels like. It still kind of was the like, fuck it, I'll give it to, I'll do this myself if you don't do it faster. Come on, just get it in my arm. Get me out of here. You don't mind needles at all? It's fine. Like the lady who gave me my shot, I wasn't looking at her when she gave me the actual injection, but it felt like she threw it into my arm. Like she held it like a dart and just a thunk like that. And it literally, did I have a choice? No, it was just this is what we have. It's Moderna. That's what they're giving to everybody here is Moderna. They do have a few of the one that gives fertile women blood clots, but they're not giving that to my age category or people at risk. They're only giving it to people from 55 to 65, and that's it. How many points did I give her? I didn't score her points. I didn't. But she did comment that I was the youngest person she'd given a shot to today. I don't know anything about point scoring in darts, so I'm probably not the person to assign points to that. Yeah, no, so I got Moderna because I didn't have an option. And I have a card thingy that they'll apparently contact me in 2 to 6 months. So I keep saying 3 to 4 because I'm an optimist, I guess. But in 2 to 6 months, they will contact me and then I get to go get a booster. Whatever that means. But it means I can personally go to a coffee shop and not have a panic attack, which will be nice. I've never had a Novocaine shot though, so I can't tell you what that's like in comparison to this because I've never had one of those. I think today we're going to start working on the library for up here because I want to put a library. I'm thinking kind of over in this area. Because I want to move the library from the lower level up to here. The only thing I know about Novocaine is give me Novocaine. That's all I know. It's a pretty large gauge needle. I mean, if those don't phase you, then yeah, you'd be fine. Because, like, Oh wait, are they the ones with like the two finger clamps and like the big thumb clamp that kind of look like the thing that the dentist puts into your face? Kind of like that? Okay, yeah, no, I mean, yeah, this is nowhere near that bad. This was nowhere near, not even close. Not even close to that bad. Oh, would you look at this? It's the first one of these in a while. The Forgotten Beast Ungungo Aspenascosm, an enormous owl, has arrived. It has 3 stubby horns and a bloated body. Beware its poisonous sting. I like the fact that it's just a big 0. Look at that. It's a big old nothing. So the big humanoid Forgotten Beast kind of vanished about 15 years ago, and I haven't seen it in a while. Not to be confused with a tree. There it is. Big spook. Big spook. It's fine, though. But yeah, no, I mean, the trees are moving. The mushrooms are moving. Now, stating that, am I talking about Dwarf Fortress or a Grateful Dead concert? No one will ever know. No one will ever know. Or that one episode of Hotel Hell. Probably both. Yeah, probably not wrong. You know, it was funny. I was talking with my dad on Easter about King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, and he says that they are this generation's Grateful Dead from the description. And you know, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. They're very much this generation's Grateful Dead. Are they the best band? No. Are they the most technically talented? No. Is their music great? No. But do they write a lot of music? Yes. Do they have rabid fans? Yes. I like King Gizzard. King Gizzard's great. But I'm not going to give them more credit than they deserve. Coin. I think I should have enough gold to do 3 gold coins. Just got to get my manager to go do stuff. There you go. Perfect. You guys training again. Yeah, I'd like to see King Giz too. But I actually had tickets to go see King Gizzard, but then the pandemic happened. So also they were going to be at a shitty venue, so I was very much hesitant, but I don't believe I've ever seen a Forgotten Beast owl before. I think that's actually a first for me. I think that's actually a first. Huh. Feel ashamed wearing old clothing. Well, you have no old clothing, so... Well, you got an old cloak. And an older hood, but you're doing fine. So has anybody messed around with the save file for this game much? I'm kind of curious if anybody noticed anything. You felt affection when talking with a sibling. So many things that you just never see here. Well, Gorlak's was fighting with a giant bat. And he's screaming, "Help, save me. I must not succumb to fear. I've been injured badly. I cannot find hope. I have improved my fighting. That was satisfying, but I must withdraw." The poor Gorlak. Poor Gorlak guy. He's just like crawling. Oh. We just witnessed the death of a Gorlak. The last thing he said was, "I must withdraw. I've been injured badly. I cannot find hope." Oh. I've improved my fighting. That was satisfying. I must withdraw. I must withdraw. Poor Gorlak. Shed a single tear for poor Gorlak. Forgotten Beast didn't even fight him. Literally was fighting with the giant bat. Died right there. Gorlak corpse. This would be a hell of a place to die. Just piles and piles of vomit and gore. It's distressing. Oh, hey, look, a troll. A troll. There be trolls in them hills. You have it downloaded and you generated 2 worlds last tonight. You'll put the extract in the saves folder and probably start poking around. Gotcha. Well, I mean, if you do, just let me know if you find anything cool. Just curious to hear about what other people find, because I'm, you know, quite attached to this save. There was somebody who commented on the YouTube video saying, I wish I was cool enough to have a save file that hit 200 years. And I was like, motherfucker, I ain't cool. What the hell? I'm the opposite of that. I'm just big fucking nerd right here. Minting some gold coins. Good luck, Goffer. Doing a good dwarf's work. Chat, after this fucking pandemic's over, what's something that you're gonna go do? What's something that you're looking forward to doing? It's quite literally the biggest one for me is I just want to go sit in a coffee shop. That's literally the thing that I'm missing. What's even better is like my province was doing the worst that we've ever done ever. Since the beginning of this whole pile of garbage, to the point where in the end, we were getting more infections than we've literally ever had since the beginning of the pandemic, right? So we've actually gone back into full-on lockdown. We have a curfew time, which is, I don't know how strictly enforced it's being, but we have a curfew time now. And we have a, like all restaurants are closed. Just, you can't go to restaurants at all right now. They're all just closed, and unless you have takeout, and then they're takeout only. And so we're just like fully back into the lockdown. 4 days of camping and music. Oh, fuck yeah. I'd be down for that. Maybe not bluegrass, but this stack of 500 205 gold coin. This is a currency of Anastidar Dubar from 205. The front of the coin is a superiorly designed image of a traction bench. On the coin's back is an image of a cubic cube. Use public transport, right? Jesus, man. God. I miss public transport. I'm going to try and go to a pub with a friend of mine on my birthday, if he's vaccinated by then. But outside of that, yeah, no. And trying to love someone. I just want to knock someone over. I just want to hit somebody real hard. Public transportation's up and running. According to my dad, it's empty because he takes it relatively frequently. But yeah, we have public transport here. You haven't eaten in a restaurant for like 14 months? I've eaten in restaurants, but that's because my parents insist on it. So like, I went to a pub with my parents 3 weeks ago now, which was nice. It was weird. I don't really like it. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a fan of the current state of pub life right now. But outside of that, it's like 3 times, I think, in 2020 I ate in restaurants, and they were all with my parents. I went to a beer tasting warehouse with my friend Kevin once. This is a very happy dwarf. I feel well. I'm glad you do, dwarf. 48 years old, son of Bastet II and Hazard Jeff. Yeah, no, we have public transport up and running right now. It was actually free at the beginning of the pandemic. We should bring that back. Free public transport. That was really nice. Yeah, I mean, it's not too far off from that. Like, every time I've gone to the pub with my parents, it's been like just kind of them super relaxed and chill, and then me just sitting there being like, I don't like this. I'd like to leave. But, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Yo, anybody who owns VR, there's a VR Humble bundle that's got some pretty good games in it, if you don't own them. Specifically, Star Trek Bridge Crew, the VR Surgeon Simulator, and Job Simulator, and Borderlands 2 VR are all in there. Pretty good little VR bundle. You still have buses, those schedules are a mess, and bus drivers are regularly quarantining due to having COVID. I don't know what the status of that stuff is like. Wet glow pads are gnarly. Don't fight with a glow pad as level 1. Just don't do it. Don't do it. Yeah, I don't know what the status of bus schedules are. Heads up, it's that time of year, Stone. The humans have arrived with their tributes. You're level 2? Gotcha. How are you liking Cud now that you've messed with it for a little bit? Tis good? Good shit. Was it on sale or something, or did you just decide it was time to buy Cud? Rhine 1 was a scholar? Yes, Rhine 1 was a legendary scholar, and Rhine 2 is now also a scholar. Let me know when you want me to scroll, Stone. I mean, in theory, I could do that. I don't know if I have enough hard drive space, though, because I'd have to download all of the VODs. Like, that's like 300 hours of 1080p 60 video. I don't think I actually have enough hard drive space on this computer to do that. Maybe. I would also kind of like to see that too, though. Maybe once it's done. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, then it'll be like 700 hours of... Again, I still will have the same problem. Also, it probably wouldn't be as cool looking as you'd want it to be, because it would just like have my big fat fucking face in it. So it would very much just be stream footage, because I don't have like, you know, a nice aerial shot or anything. So it wouldn't be a super nice looking time lapse, but I could try and do something like that. I mean, everybody recommends it because it's good. That's why everybody recommends it. Yeah, this person's carrying something in a cage. Didn't actually look at what it was. Just don't have any reason to use it currently. Yeah, same, Tyrex. I mean, like, I could take public transport. I actually walked down to the next train station that's next to me on my day off on Monday, just because I wanted to see that area, because I realized I hadn't been there in over a year. So I actually walked to the nearest train station to me. That isn't my local one. As someone who does, what, just you don't really like roguelikes, Ryan? I think you like modern roguelikes, because like you like CUD and you like Jupiter Hell, right? Those are both pretty modern games. Although CUD less so. CUD's a bit more traditional, but CUD has the music and the atmosphere and the writing and all that stuff. Also, yes, a reindeer bull. We can try and breed Finland. We just need to make, expensive alcohol and some saunas, and we got Finland. Has pretty good local trains for Eastern Canada. Are you suggesting that Canada is that are you saying versus Eastern Canada, or are you saying that Vancouver is in Eastern Canada? What? Because if you think Vancouver's in the Eastern Canada, you need to look at a map. But yeah, we have some of the best public transport in Canada, period. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, for Eastern Canada, like, you might want to try that one again, or look at a map, because we're about as far west as you could go. I guess, like, we're east in comparison to Vancouver Island, but like, like that's literally all of Canada. That's eastern from that. But yeah, no, we have like the best public transport in Canada, more or less, because we put money into it. Baboons are actually kind of terrifying until like level 6 in CUD. Baboons will like, unless you have a gun, baboons will fuck you up. They'll just like kite you and like stand backwards with rocks and just lob them at you. They're kind of terrifying, actually. So this is where we normally would get traders from the mountain home, but I don't think we're going to see those. I have a feeling it's probably because of the number of items. Which I think is hilarious that the first quest in Caves of Cud from the default starting town is like, yeah, go to this place with a shit ton of these. Seattle? Seattle's not our neighbor, okay? Seattle's not our neighbor. That's a 4.5 hour drive away. That's not our neighbor. Also, what's up with the first two letters being capitalized on all these? Seattle, Western Canada. Yes, the entire length of Sweden away, yeah. Little American megapolis. You don't want Seattle to be your neighbor? I actually don't mind Seattle. I don't mind Seattle. Also, holy fucking shit. Caravan from the mountain home. The outpost liaison Ficon's arrived. Look at that. Well, I gotta take a real quick toilet break. Back in a sec. All right, I'm back. It's your phone being stupid and capitalizing weather directions. So when you swap to English, NESESWS. What the hell? That's weird. Why wouldn't it like fix it when you try and write the rest of a word? That's bizarre, man. That's bizarre. Ficod says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. I wonder how old you are now, Ficod. There's much to share. We've updated the civilizations and world info. It's about goddamn time. Like, we've been here, like, how long has it been? It's been a long time. Long time since we spoke with the mountain home. They want warhammers real bad. Ooh. It's okay. You're going to get beaten up for the next 40 as well, Llama. It's going to be a wild pink fluffy. Sparkly says, I look for, and Ficod says to Sparkly, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. All right, so seriously, like, what the fuck's the mountain home been up to? Oh, would you look at that? Still fucking invading the Gubbins. They still fucking invading them. The army of Kade Machine Hollow marched on Spidery Desert. Look at that. That was expelled from Longdeath? Oh, yeah. Settled in Seduce Shock Dark Pits belonging to our Civ? Yep. He is an administrator there and goes by the name The Rumor of Reverences. I knew that he was expelled, and I knew that he was living there. I didn't know that he was an administrator, and I didn't know that he had a name. He was expelled for killing some dwarves, I think. And Eurus Bolted Knight became the mayor of the Saber of Prophecy. That's a really good name. Eurus Bolted Knight. That's a real good name. I like that a lot. Well, I mean, this stuff's nice to see. Let's check the Civ info. Nobody else named. You got evil clouds. Okay. Well, that's good to hear. It seemed a little anticlimactic when you first mentioned it, Mika. Tamika. Is that how you say that name? It's like Mr. Tamika? I was reading your name earlier and like trying to like work out in my brain how to say it. And I think that's right. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Let's stop the military from training. Close enough. Fair enough. Sorry if I butchered it. All right, well, at the very least, we're getting through the damaged stuff, so that's nice to see. There we go. Also, not directly just shouting at other streamers, but Overboard Gaming appears to have returned back to Dwarf. Overboard Gaming is somebody who I kind of know through friends of friends. Got to talk to him at TwitchCon last year, actually, briefly about Dwarf Fortress. It's nice to see him coming back. He was on Dwarfs for a little bit. Ghost has grown to become a peasant. He was on Dwarfs for a little bit, and then went off and did other things for couple months. Seems to be back. Evil Clouds. Yeah, I saw Evil Clouds in one of my day forts, but I haven't seen Evil Clouds in a while outside of that. But he's also said after 2 years was when the Evil Clouds first showed up, so there's that. Angry upon dwelling into getting an argument, bitter wearing old clothing. Person is offended by the whole notion of maintaining decorum, likes lead, ruby, nethercap wood, clear glass, giant alligator tooth, and grackle parchment bolts and bins and rings and splints. All right. Well, I'll give you healthcare. Let's give you wood burning. I need some more of those. And leather, wood crafting, weaving. There you go. Hey, woe is me. What's up? So much fun to be had. They're okay. Stuff can be a little bit underwhelming, I think. King would like us to make a ballista arrow. And the mayor would like us to make a grate. Rock, grate. 1. Bal, ass. 2. 3. I think 3. I actually didn't check. Did not look. But yeah, no, it's just nice to see other streamers with numbers streaming dwarfs. It's nice to see. Yeah, now that I've been awake for a little bit, it's starting to... I'm starting to just feel a little bit more like I'm a little bit off and less like I'm sitting on a mild cold. Or not on mild flu. I just feel off, less like sick, if that makes sense. I don't know if that like helps at all, but I feel less sick and more just off. Into season 4. Your game keeps crashing into season 4. What are you doing around the time the game crashes? And what version are you playing on? Yeah, most of the known members of this faction are in Helixes, yes. I need to get stone training again. I did that on Monday, but he'd already been streaming for like 3 hours by the time I popped up on his channel. I think that's going to be a Monday thing, Aqua. And if you were waiting yesterday for that, then yes, you are dumb. So am I. I mean, your dwarf's a little odd. Like, moody-wise, like, you're a little tricky one to keep happy, but you're fine. Oh, I mean, in my defense, I did link it on the Discord. So that, yeah, that is kind of on you at that point. How's the pink fluffy lineage? That's a good question. I'll need to find you. I'm not entirely certain where pink fluffy's lineage went. Need to find someone who is friends with you. Because the save files are just public and anybody can just go download them now, they're a lot easier to find. But some of these older dwarves are going to be hard to find. Also, can I just say that Hobo has a title? Lord? Apparently Hobo's dwarf has a title, which is literally just Lord. That's funny. His Royal Highness. I wonder if he had royal lineage. We get a Hobo the Second in here at some point. Hanander the Historian. Damn, some of these titles are good. But yeah, no, you've been dead for a long time, so it's someone actually if Vinsati has the save file open, Vin could go look your name up and tell me pretty quick. Outside of that, I'm just kind of jumping through family trees to find someone who knew you. Also, I kind of want to rename the mayor's task to steward again. Because they're less of a mayor and more of like a king's helper. Yeah, I have no idea. Pink. That's a lot of things to back out of. Lover died of old age? No kids. Oh, for Pink Fluffy, Vin? As I know that dwarf died, I can't remember how. It's been a while. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of sad having dwarves that don't have kids. Like, I'm really worried my king's not gonna have kids. I know that's kind of a weird thing to worry about, but real worried that my king's not gonna have kids. I mean, if anybody as always would like to mess around with the save file for this fort, it is public, just up on Discord now. It's just pinned in the Discord room. Yes, I'm using a tile site. If you'd like it, there's a link. It's a heavily customized version of Krug Smashes. This is what vanilla would look like if I was playing this fortress in vanilla. So. The same, is your strict population limit the same as your population limit? Well, the strict population limit is set to 56, I think. So yeah, no, we only have 33 dwarves. Population's dwindled a little bit over the last few years, but it goes up and it goes down. So, yeah, no, the actual population shouldn't shift too much, even if you don't have a population cap set, because we're not getting any migrants anymore, so it shouldn't matter if anybody wants to mess around with it. Also, thanks for the follow 5 minutes ago, Insane Man. Cheers. Someone's puking a lot in there. Those official DF sprites are looking good. Yeah, those official looking sprites look interesting, that's for sure. Definitely look interesting. I'm very curious to see how well it does. once the thing comes out. There we go. Sorry if I seem a little bit distracted. I just signed up for a thing in the background that I have to do for team stuff. Because once we get those things set up, then anybody who's subscribed to me on Twitch will gain access to some stuff via the Halcyon Frequency Discord server. TLDR, we're going to be hosting a bunch of servers for a bunch of multiplayer games that you may or may not be interested in. Yeah, it should be a bit of fun going forward. But yeah, no, the Dwarf Fortress tile sets look coming along great. I'm very, very, very keen to see that thing done. Although, I'm going to be honest, it is getting a little difficult to watch people get more and more and more quietly sarcastic in YouTube comments about how, oh, well, my patience is waning to wait for the Steam version to be finished. I'm sitting here going like, it's only like, maybe I just play too many games, but it's like, maybe I just play too many games, but I'm like, it's only been 2 years and he's only been working on it for a year. Insane Man, thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. Enjoy the stupid skulls and the dwarfs and the lasers and shit. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Insane Man? Popping that subscription on the channel. Cheers. It takes about 7 years for every update? Nah, it doesn't. Like 3 tops. Come on. 3 years tops. Plus we've had like 2 updates. We had one at the beginning of 2020 in February, and then we've had an update in 2021 now. So it's like we've had like 2 updates in the last 2 years, plus like, so we've had an announcement for the Steam version 2 years ago, and 3 classic updates since then. 3 classic updates. That's like kind of a lot, actually, because we had Villains, we had the balance patch before Villains, and then we had Villains Balance Patch 2, which just came out, right? So I don't know. Yeah, it's no easy feat, and Dwarf Fortress has a lot of lines of code. A lot of lines of code. But seriously, thank you very much for subscribing at the tier 1 Insane Man. Like, it goes a long way. One of the few people who get to stream Dwarf Fortress as the primary game that I think I'm the only person who streams Dwarf Fortress on Twitch as the primary game I stream that is doing this full time. So unless there's like someone at 2 o'clock in the morning that I never see who I didn't know who exists, then yeah, it's just me basically. I like that Stone feels satisfied at work and feels satisfied remembering teaching clothes making, which is wonderful. There you go. All right, let's get my military training again because I wanted to do that for a bit. Because they need to do that like once a year or so, and they didn't get to do that last year. Is known for being captain of the guard, 87 to 100, for killing for various crimes. Animal Jack Nick III is also Holy Spokes. Naxarax himself was struck by King, who is his given title. King was named after one of my moderators, who was our mayor for a little bit, for disorderly conduct and briefly came back from the dead as a ghost. Yes. Yes, I remember all of this now that you're mentioning it. Hung out in a wall for a while. How to capture your widescreen right? Wait, what? What part are you having trouble figuring out? How to capture the game right? Like literally just right click, create source, window capture. Like, wait, are you playing in full screen or are you playing in windowed mode? Because full screen, I would just monitor capture, just like screen capture, just capture the whole region. If you're playing in windowed mode, then I would window capture and then just select Dwarf Fortress. And that you should just be fine. It should just work. Dwarf Fortress is actually a pretty easy game to stream when it comes to like how to actually set up OBS. Yeah, so over here. Right now I'm set to display capture, but if you just go here, add window capture, Dwarf, and then it should just automatically capture the window. But you could select any other window, but I'm just going to Dwarf and then go, and then there you go. Now I've got another window capturing Dwarf, which I'm going to delete now because it's going to get in the way and look ugly. But yeah, there you go. It's pretty simple, all in all. It's pretty simple. But I'm really curious to see what Ghost ends up doing. Not dead yet. That's good. The shit goes smooth. Chat investments are open. You should do what Diamond Destruct does, Brander. Stream with no audio and no microphone and just have like a gameplay stream running. One of the things I'm trying to encourage people to do more than anything is like, just because you're streaming doesn't mean you actually have to be like entertaining. You can just stream a stream of gameplay and then just archive all your VODs for yourself. Is there a queue that you should join to be back in the fort? No, but whenever somebody is born in the fortress, I kind of just pseudo auction them off almost. Same with whenever I bring in merchants, which is something I'm about to do. It's just kind of first come, first serve. If there was a queue, it would be very, very long, and most of the people in the queue probably would never watch the stream again. The problem that I've always run into in the past with queues is you kind of have to reset them constantly, and it confuses people, because otherwise you end up with these really long queues and people who, never actually get back in. Also, I'm still the saddest thing for me about this fortress is the fact that Aegis' dwarf died. That dwarf that was paralyzed from the waist down for the vast majority of their life. Man, makes me so sad. I miss that dwarf. Stay away from my free time with your constructive streaming suggestions. Okay. Instead, just buy a record player, Aqua, and a audio in setup and a nice camera, and point it at it, and to help me with running late night radio over on the Discord. That's what you should do. There you go. Just invest in that. Speaking of investing in record player garbage that you shouldn't waste your money on, I bought 2 Boards of Canada records and listened to both of them last night, and it was lovely. Those are real nice. I have I finally am now a proud owner of Music Has the Right to Children and Tomorrow's Harvest. I think Tomorrow's Harvest is an easier album to just sit down and listen to, but I think I still prefer Music Has the Right to Children more. King ended a mandate, but the mayor's got a new one. Wants another great. I think I'll just leave the smaller squad training. Take the bigger one off. They don't need to train as much. Also, I'm kind of curious. Vim, what? Oh, you're upset. You need to go be less upset. Go be less upset, Dwarf. The Discord and Icecast. If you say that fast, it sounds like something bad. Icecast. That's a weird name. Okay, so we are into late autumn of 205. We have a vampire in the fortress, actually. He's berserk. He's chained. He's kind of doing the Incredible Hulk thing when he's stuck in containment. It's right here. We made him ourselves. I don't think there's any other vampires in the world. I'm pretty sure this is the only one. Just because I haven't seen any reports of anybody else getting cursed on any of the gods' histories. But we do definitely have that one. You were killed by a puma? Dude, pumas are fucking scary in Caves of Cud. They are terrifying. Did he knock something over? Did that one? Yeah, no, tantrumed and broke an item in a temple. Or broke a statue in a temple. But How you doing, Armor? It's good to see you. Hi, Faulted. I'm doing all right. Well, pretty good actually. Got my first vaccination last night or yesterday afternoon, so I feel kind of like I have a mild flu right now, which is kind of shit. But aside from that, I'm okay. So definitely could be worse. Definitely have been better, but overall doing okay. How are you, Fulton? You were distracted and walked into it. That's the cause of 99.999999999% of deaths in Caves of Cut initially, is just I held down left for a couple of seconds and then I'm dead. Yeah, also that. Now that you're here, Faulted, how are you? It's good to see you. Hope you've been well. You have a bone to pick with me. Am I in trouble? What did I do? What did I do this time? I got you out of your comfort zone with music. Is this a bone to pick or a compliment? And Spitalier, thank you very much for gifting out a random subscription to the community, and it landed on F6 max damage. There you go. F6, I don't know if you're here, but thank you. Cheers. And thank you very much for the being the third thing on the leaderboard this week. It's been a slow start on the leaderboard, that's for sure. Spitalier. So cheers, man. It's been a slow start on leaderboard. And I was only slightly obnoxious about it yesterday, so. All right, seriously, where's all this nice? I had a bunch. I just used it. I must just be like running low on nice. That's annoying. I can use granite though. But thank you very much, Spitalier. Cheers, man. But now you don't listen to any of your old music? Well, this is a you problem, not a me problem. You need to find time for other forms of good music that are not the ones that I've recommended. But yeah, no, I mean, there's too much good music out there. I mean, I go through cycles, right? I'll go through periods of time where I listen to like nothing but heavy metal. And then I'll go through periods of time where I listen to nothing but jazz. And then I'll have bits where I don't really listen to anything at all. But it's I go through cycles. That's kind of the best way to put it, is I go through cycles. Also, to anybody who hasn't yet, anybody who is subscribed to my stream, or if you're not, on top of my normal Discord, my stream team Halcyon Frequency now has a community Discord where we're going to be running some fun stuff. Over in the future, we're going to be running some servers for multiplayer games via whitelisting to anybody who's subscribed to our channels on Twitch, and we're going to be doing some other fun things over there. So if you want to kind of keep up with myself and my team specifically, that's the best place to do that. We're trying to, I guess, grow Halcyon Frequency as a brand in and of itself, alongside of just being a team of streamers. So, do I ever listen to grindcore? Friends don't make friends listen to grindcore. Yeah, well, okay. I don't listen to grindcore. I actually kind of fucking hate grindcore, but I will go to a grindcore show. So I've seen Cattle Decapitation. I've seen Diarrhea Planet. I've seen a local band called Vomit Squad 3 times. I've seen Visceral Disgorge, although they're more like just death metal than grindcore. So there's that. Yeah, yeah, sure? Question mark. totally unironically. Why do I not believe you? Why do I not believe you? I fucking hate grindcore, but I will go to grindcore shows with no questions. No questions asked. I will go to a grindcore show. If it's actually not totally true. Not totally true. If it is under $20, I will go to a grindcore show. Cybric Crystal Lovers has been appointed to the position of Chief Medical Dwarf of the Tomb of Planks. So that's the local government for my mountain home. So they have a new Chief Medical Dwarf. Which is interesting. It's not listed here. Huh. All right. I like the experience of grindcore, but not the music. Kind of like going to a Pink Floyd concert for the LSD. I mean, I will go to concerts just for the concert. So, like, I enjoy the music. Yes. I will not sit down and listen to grindcore. Like, I won't just, like, walk around. Like, I'm kind of the same with thrash metal, though. I love thrash metal shows. I don't listen to thrash metal just in my day-to-day. So I will go to a show for a type of music that I enjoy. Like, there's certain types of music that I enjoy seeing live, but certain types of music that I enjoy seeing live more than I enjoy the just sitting down and listening to the produced version of it. Grindcore, I do not like just listening to grindcore. I won't just sit down and listen to grindcore. I very much enjoy grindcore shows. I kind of look at the two things as, yes, I enjoy grindcore, but I don't really just sit down and listen to grindcore. I don't really agree with your comparison, though, if it's like going to a Pink Floyd concert for the LSD, because I don't go to grindcore shows for drugs or anything. I go for the pit, for the crowd, for the energy, for the show, for the performance, for the band putting on a show. I don't go for the music itself. Like another type, like just straight death metal too. Like I've seen Suffocation 4 times. I don't think I've ever actually listened to Suffocation. Like, I've never actually just listened to one of their albums from end to end, but I've seen Suffocation 4 times, and we'll probably see Suffocation again. Do I like Suffocation? Not really, no. But yes, I've seen Suffocation. Same with Thy Art Is Murder. Like, I've seen Thy Art Is Murder twice. Do I like Thy Art Is Murder? Not really, but fuck, they put on great shows. Exactly, totally. Well, not even entertaining crowd watching. Like, I enjoy the live performance of that type of music. I just don't enjoy the produced performance of that type of music. Like, I'll watch videos of it and get kind of the same feeling out of it. Like, same with a lot of black metal. Like, I love watching recordings of Dimmu Borgir shows, but I will probably never see them. But winter is upon us again. You have no idea what's going on in the metal world these days. Dimmu Borgir's old, though. They've been around for like 20 years. The hell, man. Also, just saying, in the Halcyon Discord, there is a like a role selection where you can like confirm that you've read the rules, right? The next person to confirm that they've read the rules gets to be number 69. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You know a girl you were dating who was a giant fan of them back then? Oh, really? The Discord that you're looking for is the this one, because there's my personal Discord, which is separate and will remain separate, but the one that I'm referring to is the Halcyon Frequency one, which unlike mine actually has some semblance of organization going on. Mine's just like If a troll pops in, I just yell at them, basically. My personal Discord is just chaos, which is fun. You got the 69? Good job. Whereas the Halcyon Frequency one, we're actually trying to be organized. Trying to be professional, you know, like we have a volunteer community assistant over there in the form of Arch. So, you know, like we're actually trying to, you know, be professionals. But seriously though, if you're subscribed to me on Twitch, you will get access to some bonus stream features over there as of when we get those launched, which we're working on. TLDR, we're going to be running a Minecraft server. We're going to, I think, have an eco server, and I want to have a Project Zomboid server. And we're going to have servers for other games as well. But those are kind of the main ones that we're aiming for. Yeah. So I can play Project Zomboid in the evening with you guys if you guys want. Because that's actually a game I kind of like playing. Even though it's a bit grindy, but I enjoy the process of just rummaging around through stuff in that game. It's super chill. And here you were, a good sheep, and you signed up as soon as you heard about it. I think Cutest Ghost was the only person who got the first role. There was a specific role that you would get if you signed up on April 1st, the day before we officially announced it. Because we made a post on Twitter kind of cheesily announcing it. Also announcing a fake Fortnite streaming team. We were basically stating that we were all going to go play Fortnite instead of actually continuing to be like kind of indie variety, which is kind of what we do. But so we made a post basically saying that we were going to go be Fortnite streamers. And yeah, not many people joined. Before it crashes to desktop. Is it actually crashing to desktop every 5 to 10 minutes? That's awful, dude. I mean, you could go play that with Bellinaire. I think he's going to be grinding that for the next month. Enjoy your lurks, Aqua. Cheers. You did not see the Discord link? There was a big old Discord link, and the video literally was like, click the Discord link. You hate playing it? Yeah, it's fair. But watching others suffer is fun. Just accept your fate when you get going, and it becomes way more enjoyable. It crashes all the time? Oh, that sucks, man. That really does suck. I'm sorry. I hope they get that fixed sooner rather than later. My favorite part about Outriders, though, is that they tripled Avengers' top, like, entire player base in 4 hours, with the game being completely broken. No, I didn't. But then again, I also haven't been paying much attention to New York. Congrats, man. So, question, because earlier, with like, are you just like screwed out of work now, RSJ, because of like health situation? Like, are you just like done basically then? Because if so, you gotta come back to streaming, man. I miss your streams. Come back to the world of whatever this is. How was my time with Dwarf Romantic been? I really like that game. That game is surprisingly difficult, and that's why I enjoy it. You just picked it up? It's good. I really like it. It's hard, which is why it's fun. Sandwich for brain? Sandwich is good for brain. You should sandwich in your brain. Need monies to make gifts a reality. Don't do things that you can't afford, though. That's the thing, right? What else will you do? I don't know. That's why I'm kind of asking. Like, have you, like, basically, I'm asking, like, have you thought about what the next 6 months of your life is going to look like? Or are you just kind of like, 'cause if you can't drive, like, you've got to, like, having epilepsy isn't like guaranteed ticket to disability either. It's like, it's a possible thing. Are we really on only on day 88? Yeah, we're only on day 88. I mean, especially now that I only stream 5 days a week, taking Mondays off, I'm going to be probably slowing down a bit. $3,000 in grow equipment. Have you seen the 24/7 live stream of just like pot plants growing with lo-fi hip hop in the background? You should make one of those. I need to get me some seeds because I probably could grow a plant on my porch quite happily, which is something I'm going to try and do. But getting my hands on seeds is harder than it sounds. It's extremely stupid. RSG, it's extremely stupid. Do me a huge favor and don't post that link in my chat again. You got to remember, it's not legal everywhere. It's not legal everywhere. If you want to do stuff like that, DM me stuff. Also remember that I'm in a different country than you. Meaning, it's probably not possible for me to ship stuff from other countries unless they ship international, which is unlikely. Just remember that shit's not legal everywhere. So for some people, links like that can be dodgy. Don't want to accidentally put people on lists they don't want to be on. Oh, I don't care if it's legal for me. I'm well aware that it's legal for me. But you got to remember there's people from many parts of Europe, there's people from Russia, there's people from basically any country you can think of, including China, watching this stream. So there's lots of places in the world where it's not. It doesn't matter if it is for me, which is why I'm saying if you're going to send me a link like that, DM it to me. Like, I'm not just going to go post links to where I buy weed in my chat. I'll talk about it. That's one thing. But trust me. It doesn't matter where the seeds... Anyways, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm going to state that bluntly one more time. Please don't post that link in my chat. I'm not here to argue. I'm just here to state that I don't want you doing that. Legality for some regions are still weird. And yes, I agree, it's ass backwards. Literally looking for diorite. There you are. More the merrier. Yeah, I'm on enough lists already. What's a few more lists while we're at it? UK surprised the shit out of you? Why is that? Tomatoes, fresh or regular? I got both of those things. Well, not tomatoes. I do have a regular and like 4 different kinds of kale in my garden. And 2 different types of lettuce. I'm growing spinach. I got spices. I got parsley. Is there a known easy way to export OpenType font to DF tileset? No idea how to do any of that. Gotta knock that flooring out. I mean, there's plenty of chemicals produced in many parts of the world that are not legal to own in the home, but are produced in countries, right? So, I don't think it's that surprising. Let's make some doors. What's the king want? Nothing. Cool. Just can't export ballista arrows. Wasn't planning on it anyway. Just remember, nuclear bombs are made. You can't buy them. Plenty of illegal things are made in plenty of places. Any glue sniffers in chat? That's something I wouldn't even joke about. That shit's disgusting. I quite like weed, but there's no way in hell I'm ever sniffing glue. How fucking great was Robin Williams? I actually have a hard time watching Robin Williams movies now. They make me kind of sad. Like, genuinely, I get weirdly sad watching Robin Williams movies. I guess understandably so, but still, it's like... Today was a bad day to stop sniffing glue. Today was a bad day. Is that a line from Airplane? I haven't seen Airplane in its entirety in about 15 years. I know I've seen the quote before. I have no idea what it's from. I also didn't like Airplane, so I'm probably not the person to ask. Just not my sense of humor. But then again, when it comes to comedies, I have some weird taste, so... Have I ever seen Blazing Saddles? Yes, I've seen Blazing Saddles. I don't find any of his movies funny. Like I've seen basically everything that's super well known, and it's like, Blazing Saddles, Men in Tights, Spaceballs, all that shit. It's like, it's not for me. I don't find that particularly funny. But then again, I'm just not much of a comedy person. Like I know a lot of people love comedies. I watch comedy and I'm just like, this is fucking not for me. I have a lot of respect for Mel Brooks. It's just I don't find those movies funny, like just at all. There's certain types of things that I do find funny, but Blazing Saddles not funny for me. I just never found it funny. It was all filmed around you. Yeah, you were just like sitting in the middle of the set the whole time, and they just green screened you out, right? you're just like a blob in the middle of every shot of Super Troopers. No, when it comes to film, I'm much more of a like an alien type person. Like I really like dark science fiction and like that kind of film. That's the kind of movies that I'm quickly attracted to. We're going to request some more workers because I did this once before and we didn't get any because they all declined because they can choose to just not show up, it seems like. So we're going to try and do this. I need dwarves that are married or together so that they'll make me babies. Like this. There's Zane. I feel bad about that dwarf. He's a good dwarf. All right, let's try that. Go get him, Clay, please. Go get him. Did you lose a bet as well? No, Spitalier just does that sometimes. A little random gift subs. A little random gift subs. Although streamer's gonna be a whiny, money grabby SOB for a second to remind everybody, we passed Monday on Monday, meaning those leaderboards are reset. Right now, Lump Beef Broth is in #1 with 1 penny on the leaderboard. I'm not gonna say it's easy to get #1, but it only costs you 2 cents in theory. So if you want to get your name at the top of my channel's chat for potentially a while, if we keep up at this rate, only costs you a penny. Just a penny. Two pennies. Math. It's hard, okay? Slowly building out this. And then down here, I will do some sort of library building. I'm not sure how it's going to look exactly, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. King would like me to make 2 balasses. Oh, also, there's some news up here. Ravod Craft Papers became the mayor of the Gem of Funerals, replacing Zephon Basement Abyss. Oh shit, and there's also news down in the human civ. Wuspin Fainted Fights became the lawgiver of the Confederacy of Sport, replacing Cooler Misty Rakes. Thanks for the $1. Insane. Cheers, man. You're brand new here. You subscribed, and now you're throwing $1 at me. Cheers, man. Thanks for helping me pay bills. All right, we'll just let those dwarves sit on that for a little bit. And I'm going to go request more dwarves because I'm a little bit annoyed that we actually haven't gotten any yet. I keep on requesting dwarves, and they keep not showing up. I'm starting to wonder maybe there's some sort of bug going on with this now. Which is a little sketch if that's the case. That or like randomly 20 dwarves are going to show up. One of the two. Turn off the last squad, let Clay just go out and do that. See how Stone's doing. Happy again, good stuff. And become famous for almost a week. Throwing money at streamer just keeps streamer around here more permanently forever. That's all it does. Yeah, Stone, your dwarf gets depressed. Yes, you're Stone. Your dwarf gets depressed if you're not in the military for a while. So you're starting to seem to be like one of those dwarves where you need to be in the military every so often for a period of time. You know what? Are you going to go do that? Hell yourself. Stupid. What's up, man? I'm going to take you off of being a messenger. I need a better messenger. Let's say Peter. Let's try this again. Just a craft source. Somebody who isn't in the military. Yeah, no, it is kind of the not really shitty, but like one thing about being a channel around my size that's full time is sometimes I need to sell out higher than I'd like to. I mean, at the end of the day, I really wish I could just complete my Patreon goals and then just be funded, but we're pretty far off from that. So I still kind of depend on the leaderboards to a degree. Which isn't the greatest thing in the world, but it is what it is. It is what it is. All right, where's Peter the Second at? There you are. But how we doing today, stupid? Hope you're doing well. Ooh, I feel spacey. Well, my parents' car we had to charge around halfway through, but yes. We just had to take a pit stop at a like community center, which was fine. Just got done shopping for your sister's graduation party. Sounds fun. Graduating from what? What is spooking? All of my unicorns. I was kind of expecting there to be a Wolverine in there somewhere, but I don't see one. This dwarf keeps canceling the whole go out making a request thing. There you go. Nope. Okay. Nope. There you... Okay. Are you going to make it off the map this time? Why did I read she was going to college to become a horse nurse? I mean, there's more work now than there ever would be, so I guess now's a good time to graduate with that. Although, knowing what I know about hearing about people that have been going to school to be nurses, she's probably been working in the field for a while, but good shit. I wish her a good career. Head out there, Peter. See you in a minute. Come back with more dwarves, please. We need them. There we go. These shouldn't be pet passable, but apparently they were. What a time to be alive. I read horse instead of nurse, okay? They both have an RSE. They both have an RSE in them, okay? That's my excuse. It's a terrible excuse, I know. There you go. Peter is returned. Did you? Nope. You didn't bring Dwarf spec. If you pay enough money, you can learn to be anything. Yeah, right? All of the money. You can learn to be anything. Doesn't mean you'll get a job in it either. You can learn to be a horse, but you're not going to get a job as a horse. That's way too rich for my blood anyway. I mean, you might not be able to be an attack helicopter, but you could certainly be in an attack helicopter. Also, I can't. They wouldn't let me fly an airplane or a helicopter or anything for that matter with my eyes. Absolutely not. You just want to be a beautiful stallion galloping across the Great Plains. Is that too much to ask? Yes, probably. Because at the rate we're going, there's not going to be any Great Plains left. Also, I just realized I did this out of the wrong kind of wall. And I don't like the way it looks now. So I'm going to fix that. I'm really curious to see what we get for news tomorrow. Because tomorrow is Dwarf Fortress News Day. This week's fucking flown by. For me, anyway. It's absolutely flown by. Very curious to see what we get. I'm still holding out hope. I hope that we get goblins. Hoping for some green boys. Hoping to see their green boy sprites. Because that's something they've barely showed us at all. We've seen a little bit, like a tiny bit of that. Just a tiny little itty bitty bit, but not much. So, very much hoping that's what we get to see on Thursday. Also, I don't know if anybody here listened to the episode of DF Roundtable with the new Kit Fox community manager on it. But it was kind of funny hearing her talk about well, you know, we're wondering when the screenshots are going to come in just as much as you guys are, you know, like we're just as excited when Tarn sends us an update as you guys are, because we get them hours before the news posts go up. It's like, yeah, it seems about right. On one hand, it must be really cool to be the publisher for Dwarf Fortress, but on the other hand, I don't know if I'd want to publish Dwarf Fortress. Like, it feels like a bit of a monumental task to publish Dwarf Fort, you know? Like an absolutely massive task ahead of you. Like, there's few communities out there that I think are, more wildly, what's the word I'm looking for here? Dedicated to such a long-term project. I was trying to think of like parallels for Tarn Adams from other famous people from history. It's like, I mean, there's like the Wheel of Time author who basically just wrote that series of books for his entire life. But I'm trying to think of like other like writers or designers or artists in history that have done similar feats of massive things that were never completed, that had equal size, audience, and dedication to the thing. I mean, I don't know. I can't I don't think that George R. R. Martin's great because, or a good comparison, because like he just kind of, fucked off from finishing his books and now just posts on Instagram a lot, and I don't really see Tarn Adams ever doing that. And then that'll be true. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't think George is a great comparison because George just seems like he's kind of stopped caring. I don't know. I very much doubt that Tarn will ever stop caring. Like, I think that in a way, Tolkien is probably a pretty good comparison, but I don't know. If he died right after his last book, it would be true. I mean, that's why I think Wheel of Time author is a much closer comparison, where it's like, beautiful world, wonderful stories. Never finished it. It just kind of went on forever, and then he never finished it. Because we haven't really had anybody like that for the internet yet, Like, we haven't really had the internet's Tolkien. Or the internet's Pratchett, even. I don't know what WOT stands for. He's talking Wheel of Time? Never read them. Well, not totally true. I read the first one, but that doesn't really count. That's like, what, 1/16 of those books? So you need to realize what was me. I'm legally blind. My right eye barely work. My right eye don't work at all. My left eye barely work. So the amount I can actually read is minimal. It's like, yes, I can read in games, and obviously I can read in chat just fine. But what you need to realize is I have my Twitch chat set to 400% size on a 32-inch monitor. So it very big text. Book don't come in very big text. So the books that I've read in my life are books I could get in large print, which is not a very large number of books. So things like Treasure Island I've read because, you can get them in the large print, which are, by the way, like this fucking thick. It was very funny when like Harry Potter book 7 came out and every single child on earth was reading it and I couldn't because the large print didn't come out for another year. And then when I finally did read it, it was a shit ye not like this thick and it weighed like 100 pounds. So fucking heavy. But like, because of that, I never read a lot of books when I was younger, and now I just don't have time. So when I do book stuff these days, it's like nonfiction, and it's usually in a digital format. So I don't read a lot these days. I never read a lot because of that. So I can't really give you opinions on book series because I'm not the person to ask. I kind of wish I could be, and I feel like in another life I probably would be way into reading, but I always joke about the fact that I learned to read sheet music before I learned to read, and it's true. A large... Oh, but... Okay, so how heavy was that? The book was the size of your... I was going to say, that's got to be... Also, like, how do you accidentally do that? Because, like, the large print versions of those books, it's like the difference between $30 for a book and $150 for a book. How do you accidentally do that? It's like I accidentally spent 3 times as much on a book, unless, like, somehow it was, like, the same price, which is very funny. Regardless, that is really funny. It's like a huge fucking coffee table conversation piece. Fuchsia Velvet, it's their favorite dance. Come on, dwarves. Keep dancing while we build the library over here. I'm starting to wonder if I can't... That is the coffee table. Okay, now you need a book for your coffee table to put on it. Mistagged its online shop? Oh, wow. That's funny. That's very funny. I wonder if they ripped themselves off. I kind of feel like they may have. It's like you accidentally ate something from Alice in Wonderland and became really small and the giant book showed up. That's basically how that feels. It's like small novels are like the size of a fucking dictionary. It's like yeah, that's really funny. As audiobooks, I read them and then I re-listened to them all as audiobooks, actually on cassette. Which shows how time has changed, you know? I had those books on cassette and played I don't know if anybody here is familiar with the video game Roll Cage, but I played through a shit ton of Roll Cage and listened to Harry Potter on audiobook. It was like a year of my life was Roll Cage and Harry Potter on audiobook. It was a very enjoyable, like, year. Not gonna lie. It's very enjoyable. Also, I think they should go without saying that J.K. Rowling can fall off a bridge. Eat shit. Ya bitch. It's amazing how quickly rich people go insane. Money does things to people. It's kind of scary. Also, investments are open. Yep, chat's got it. Sweet. And now we're sitting here and waiting. I think I should probably connect that walkway over here. Oh, spring's arrived. I don't know. I haven't read it. Don't ever intend to. Sane man. Notch was always crazy. He's now just rich and crazy. I mean, Notch was always crazy. He's now just rich and crazy and everybody knows who he is, which means he has power, which is scary. Oh no, someone just died. Hazard Jeff, the merchant has been found dead. Don't tell Bastet. Well, there goes children from Bastet and Hazard Jeff. And the humans have arrived with their annual tribute. Rest in peace, Jeff. You were a good dwarf. Unfortunately, that's how it works, right? Axon, unfortunately, that is how it works. Man, that is sad. Bastet the Second and Hazard Jeff had more kids in this fort together than many dwarves. She's endemic of the wider issue, such people in the UK. Yeah, no, totally. No, you're completely right. That's unfortunate. Vuzel Vuzels, basically our undertaker, feels pleasure near a fine burial receptacle. I don't believe I've ever seen that before. Any unnamed dwarves? Trust me, dwarves get named immediately when they're born. So no, unfortunately. But I haven't been getting any merchants for a while, which sucks. And I've been trying to. Try again. I'm just going to request, like, just this first page. I don't even care. Let's send them. See if we get more. I'm kind of just desperately trying. Where's those humans? Oh, being super slow, it seems. I'm desperately trying to get more dwarves in to this fort. Because I don't want the population to dwindle. And because we don't get migrants anymore, we're never going to get migrants again. We have to take other options. Right now, other options are bring in merchants, but now we're not getting merchants, which is equal problem. So my dwarven breeding program is slowly starting to run into problems. Be back in a sec. I'm just going to go pull my insulin out of the fridge so I can get ready for lunch. Back in a sec. There, we're back. Oh, they brought an ibex. That's part of why they were moving so slowly, most likely. An ibex. Why? Are they starting to assume you guys are, like, sneaking around work or some shit? And are you on camera? That fucking sucks. Like, at that point, you might as well just be in the, At that point, you might as well just be in, the office. Fancy horned goat? Yeah, I'm gonna actually keep it instead of just immediately selling it. That sucks, pilot. That sucks. Although, At the very least, they're using Discord and not like Skype or something. But like, are you on video or is it just like a voice call? Just audio? Well, that's not too bad then. You could buy a soundboard. Just patch soundboard sounds through it and just boing, make weird sounds. I mean, I don't know. I'm just like thinking about like what Evil Trick does with his soundboard, and I'm like, yeah, you could do that. You could do that, and it would be entertaining. Could definitely do that. Just start playing records. You should do that. You should do that. Just your boss will come in and be like, "What are you doing?" And then you'll just be like, "Getting through the workday." What are you doing? Just fucking streaming some Beck at people. You have a Beck final, don't you? Pretty sure you do. Bruh. You just have a bruh button. It just makes me think of aka Mike B. Yeah. Yeah, you should just play Jeff Beck. See what kind of reactions you get. The elves have arrived to trade, as per the annual custom. Yeah, it's a pity that it's completely indecipherable for normal human beings, though. This cute little game. Here come the elves, and as they scream, "Eee!" There's actually only 3 of them. Really? I mean, I guess they did cancel trading last year because a tree got in the way. I know, Jeff Beck does not equal Beck. Yes. Actually, I like both Becks. Both Becks are good. Bastet, your husband died. Sorry. Died of old age. After like 40 some odd years of you two making babies and Longdeath. Community managers in chat. Publishers in chat. All right, so what do you want? She's blissful after dining in a legendary dining room. Likes tin, rock, crystal, green glass, armadillo bone, Rami fabrics, spears, gauntlets, and backpacks, and figurines and anvils, in the words of the number of glistening. This is the daughter of Apostle and Sparkly. It's real funny when people on YouTube think I made Dwarf Fortress, which happens every now and again. That's always the funniest one. Although, there was one ages ago, I was streaming Parkitect, and I had one of the developers, like their artist, on my stream, and we were just like shooting the shit and playing the game, and somebody thought I was the artist, and I was getting interviewed by the guy who I was talking with, which was very funny. We like played along with it for about 10 minutes until we just kind of said, screw it. All right, well, you like green glass. I really need to get the glass. Actually, that's something we can do. We can get you on glass making. Need to make some more glass making stuff anyway. So we can get you on glass making, bone carving, leather working as well. You like leather. We'll also put you on armor and blacksmithing, basic doctoring jobs, masonry, and mining. Why not? There you go. There's plenty of stuff. Plenty of stuff for our new child to do. Hey, Zest. You may not end up finishing it fully, but you got up to past 50. That's more than I'd say most people have managed to do. Jello yourself, Zest. Jello yourself. Yeah, we're up to 88, although we just hit year 200. So if you want to download and mess with the save file, it's attached to the most recent episode. I know one person gave up on catching up, Zest, and jumped to most recent episode, which is something that I might recommend doing. That's something that I might recommend doing. I'm going to get 3 more glass furnaces made. We're gonna start turning the glass crank, I think is what we're gonna do. You know what, why not? Let's make these out of bronze. Be a little fancy. We got plenty of bronze anyway, might as well use it. You just need to keep it on when you do miscellaneous stuff around the house before. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there is an archive. They're not really intended to be watched, but if people do, that's cool. What is our upcoming plans, Diamond? What, for Kid Fox? I think it's just, I would assume, business as usual until news comes out. In before half chat's just like, so when's the release date? And then Kid Fox will just be like, God, we wish we knew. God, we wish we knew. Forgotten Beast was fighting with something. That giant owl in the basement is just like beating the ever-living crap out of the wildlife. I think that because I'm pretty certain that the I'm pretty certain that the giant glass humanoid that was hiding down here just went and died. My phone's ringing. Hold on a second. I have a Amazon package to go pick up. It's one of those days where I gotta run outside. So I will be back in a minute once the ketchup thing stops. There we go. Now I can speak. I will be back in a second. BRB. Yeah, that's that. Give me like 2 minutes.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Nuclear vessels.
All right, my shipment of 1 kilogram of coffee and I think toothpaste and some other shit has arrived, so I can successfully come back. What, asking other people their opinions on ketchup? I mean, it's illegal in this channel, so at least by my logic. 1 kilo of premium Colombian beans. I'm actually not sure where the beans themselves are from. Probably. Actually, I think they might be African. Anyway. But, yeah, no, my coffee arrived. So, coffee and actually record sleeves, I think. Because I needed more sleeves for my records. So, I have 100 more record sleeves. I bought 100 like 6 months ago. And I've ran out. But, what was I talking about? I was talking about something. A kilo of unground coffee, yes. Kilo of unground coffee. Coffee beans. It's literally my fuel. It's like that and canned beans. Coffee beans and canned beans is how I don't die. I had a thing I was rambling about and I completely lost it. Where was I, chat? Any reminders? I'm gonna do a duckling adventure run. Duckling adventure run. What does that mean? But best of luck with your duckling adventure run, whatever that may be. What's my preferred brand of canned bean? Not the Walmart brand, which is what my mom buys. I don't know why. It's got this weird, like, powdery taste to it. I would need to look. I'm not gonna lie. I would actually need to look. There's this brand that's it's like called Les something. It's like anyway. There's Lavelle, I think is the name of it. It's this brand that I buy from the small market that I'm close to. On adventure mode and try to keep them alive. Oh, so you mean you just have a bunch of ducklings and then they just immediately die and then you're like, all right, no, that's over. Thank God, Christ. And then you just move on with your week? Sounds like a pretty good way to be, I'm not going to lie. So I was going to start working on glass. That was what I was going to do because I want to do a bunch of glass in this library. The problem is I've got all these red gem glass windows around over there on the right. But if I start doing green glass everywhere, then everything's going to start looking like Christmas, which I don't really want to do. I actually have double-digit kill counts. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. That's actually kind of a fun thing to do in adventure mode, is just run around claiming every single animal you see. So within a couple minutes, you just have a herd of people or creatures following you. You're like, swarm them, my pets. Where did Direct go? There it is. Also, I'm not sure if the Kit Fox Games account is still lurking, but I'm very curious on your take on dwarven fashion, because generally it seems to just be a shit ton of rings and bling. I actually once had a dwarf that had, I counted 240 different rings, crowns, scepters, and like necklaces and various things on their person, to the point where they moved so slowly it looked like the game was lagging. Or like there was a dwarf with no legs that moved faster than that dwarf. Because this dwarf was wearing so much shit. It was in this fort, actually, like 130 years ago or so, in game time. Because I had I had a dwarf named Aegis, who I think's lurking in the chat, or was earlier anyway, who got beaten real badly. This kleptomania thing. They're all just little kleptomaniacs, man. Game saving. Or just not responding. One of the two. That's not good. Yeah, it'll figure itself out in a second. But yeah, no, I had a... Did that make him stronger? Oh yeah, no, eventually they'll speed up. Was the dwarf called a ball of blinging? No. I think it was actually Rhinestone the first. I'm pretty sure it was Rhinestone's first dwarf because he had the trait extremely greedy. And it resulted in him just like literally being covered And at the time, we were trying to get rid of all of the rocks because we dug out this massive fucking pit, right? And so we had this giant open pit, just like filled with boulders. And we spent literally a week in game, just like real time. And the game just like completely noped the fuck out. But we just moved over a season, so hopefully that doesn't happen again. The hell was that? You want to see a dwarf in several crowns? I've seen dwarves wearing like a dozen crowns. So yeah, we lost about, I don't know. Well, basically from springtime. Yeah, right when Jeff died. Yeah, so we just crashed. I don't know what caused that. So heads up, Stone. We lost the last tribute. Because that's like 4th or 5th crash for this fort. Whether or not they're wearing 4 or 5 dresses and whether or not they have pants, skirts, or pants, skirts, and a dress. Because that's like how I imagine dwarves in my head, is whether or not they're wearing multiple dresses. Yeah, the game just stopped responding and crashed. That was a weird crash. Normally when the game crashes, it just goes funk and crashes, but I'm not actually sure what caused that. Yeah, meaning Ronald isn't an adult yet. And we also didn't have the elves show up yet. I don't think that's a thing we can make. Pilot guy. You have to mod it in. Wouldn't be too hard. Besides, generally most of these dwarves are just wearing their own tiers, so it's fine. Man. Whenever there's a crash in this fort, I get super worried. It's like, Jesus, this is the beginning of the end? Thank fuck that wasn't a Council of Men tribute. No, it wasn't. It was just a small tribute. It probably won't happen again. It seemed kind of like an anomaly one. Watch it happen again. There's certainly some strange things that have been going on in recent years in this world, though. Certainly some strange things. Yeah, no, that did happen once before. That was brutal, yeah. Certainly wouldn't envy that. Although this human's taking 1,000 years to wander down. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that Tarn is discussing dwarven fashion choices, because dwarven fashion is hilarious. It's like, I want to know how a dwarf wears 14 crowns. Like, where does he put them? Like, or where do they put them? Or where does she put them? Like, are they like just wrapped around her arms? Like, are they like really big bracelets, or do they just stack them? Maybe dwarves make like weird interlocking crowns and it just becomes a taller thing and eventually just turns into a chef's hat. Like, I want to know. I really hope that this is just clay or something. Stack me up with jewelry so I walk slow. I mean, it's strength training. It's endurance training. That's all it is. Oh, there you go. Well, at least that's easy. 1 clay loom. Adorned on the neatly braided beards. Oh, absolutely. Exquisite. 11 rings in each finger and toe. That's just called finger armor. I imagine Jenga. And well, Ryan's gonna make 221 happen. You don't want to know where Ryan puts that last ring. And his nose piercing, obviously, that he got in battle from an arrow that pierced his nose 50 years ago. Well, at least that's just one clay, so that's easy. Around your eyelid, yeah, clearly. I mean, how else are you going to stop people from biting your eyes out? Clearly, like, it's the most important thing. Like, how on earth are you going to stop people from biting your eyes out? Also, Ghost, you're weirdly upset. Afraid after experiencing trauma. What trauma? Maybe you got chased by a bird. Eye armor. Eye armor. It's my favorite sequel to I, Robot. Well, the elves will arrive to trade soon enough. So they wear rings and chains. The reality is the dwarves in Dwarf Fortress are actually just putting Final Fantasy characters to shame, except instead of belts, it's like rings and like scepters and chains and all of that stuff. All that good stuff. What's even better is if you send a dwarf to prison and then release them from prison early by simply unbuilding the chain will be attached to their person. So you can actually like have dwarves wearing literal like prison chains around their necks walking around. It's not ideal because then the rest of the dwarves beat them to death because they broke out of prison, but we'll put Final Fan. I mean, if I ever were to review Dwarf Fortress, but I'm not a mad person, I would do something to that extent. What did I make you write? Mostly glass making. We'll do this. Good luck, child. Well, I'm legally blind. Maxed out. My right eye doesn't work at all, and my left eye has severe tunnel vision with floating blind spots. I have about 6 to 10% of your average person's vision, give or take, depending on how well you see. How conventional. Are belts even a thing in Dwarf Fortress, though? Yeah, no, there really isn't belts. Like, well, I mean, like, there's like hoods and stuff. Like dress, shirt, tunic, vest, cloth, trousers, or cloak, trousers, glove, mitten, cap, hood, sock, shoe, and then that's basically it. Thought it was someone else's. And it's like, see Ryan with perfect vision, who's all just like, yo. Yeah, maxed out. Generally, you've caught me in a good mood today. But generally when people come in and make comments like that, I tear them a new one. Because it's like the equivalent of stating that my name's a joke or some shit. Which is really funny when people actually come in and they're like, you're not blind. And I'm just like... Because like that's my knee-jerk response. Is like, I don't know what the fuck you think I am, but... Definitely still am me. 6 to 10% of a normal person's patience. That's actually really funny. 80 to 42% of statistics are made up, so that would work just fine. If blind isn't blind, then I'm not a pilot. And Ryan isn't a stone, so there we go. But yes, I am legally blind. At this rate, by the next time I go to a convention, too, I'm going to be walking around with a walking cane, which will be fun. I do have one, but I don't need to use it currently. I'm not your buddy guy. I'm not your guy friend.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
God, I love that. All right, prep meals. You know it. That's how I feel every day. Weasel. Takes a flying iron bolt, strikes it in the left rear leg, tearing apart the skin. Congrats. Good shot on that weasel's leg. I think it actually killed it because I saw a dwarf running by with a weasel. That's you when you wake up. Just, oh God, no, I didn't die in my sleep last night. I tried. It didn't work. Still alive. Have to do another day. Let's keep going. One day at a time. Got weirdly morbid there. You've scared her awake when you stretch X. What, just screaming? I mean, I'm pretty sure I've talked about this. I dented a wall in my sleep not too long ago. There's a dent next to my bed now from my fist. I woke up and just the tops of my fist were bleeding. Like it looked like I got into a fight. I was like, what the hell? Literally punched the wall in my sleep. What's even better is I don't remember thrashing around or anything. Usually I'll have a vague memory of thrashing around in my sleep if I have weird dreams, but nope. My dingoes made more dingoes. Okay, no, dwarves. See what the dingoes are doing? Can you do that? That'd be great. We're slowly breeding Australia up there. One of my favorite instances of somebody talking or shouting in their sleep, Ryan, was when I was camping in Scouts. When I was a wee lad, we went on a trip where it was a long multi-lake canoe trip. So we went canoeing for a really far distance, and we were just kind of sleeping, and or rather, I was sleeping about as well as you do when you're in a tent with 4 people that you barely know. And, just sleeping. And then one of the guys in the middle just sits up upright and screams, "Not the pumpkins," and falls back asleep. I'm just like, what the fuck was that? Everybody else just kind of gets up, looks at him are you okay? And he's definitely still snoring, conked out dead, fucking sleeping. And we're all just kind of what the fuck was that? He just screamed, "Not the pumpkins," really, really loudly. We're like, what? You okay there, bud? It's very funny. Elves have yet to bring me the thing that I want. They brought a flying squirrel, though, and a barn owl. Wolf, barn owl, gray squirrel, flying squirrel. Not what I actually need. Come on, bring me a gremlin. It's undecided as to whether or not you guys can actually bring me a gremlin, but please bring me a gremlin. Forgotten Beast silk strings. I wonder which Forgotten Beast. We'll never know, though, because we forgot. I'll buy those 2 skirts and give you all of that food. Gremlin for mayor. Still trying, man. I'm going to make these, and then I'm going to save and exit and reload, because I did get a crash around this time. Until work's done, pilot? Wouldn't it be 34 minutes based on my clock? If you're done at 2. Also, you have a good night, Diamond. Thanks for hanging out. Your favorite thing is when one of your homies, you and your homies are doing a sleepover, and your friend, the night you were playing 40K, and the other friend who is sleeping just jolts awake and looks at my friend and says, "Put the man down," snorts and passes out again. All right, and then 10 minutes later, he wakes up laughing and asks why we were laughing. That's funny. Put the pen down. You better. All right. Save the game. Reload. Relief can show up as early as 5 minutes before. Really? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. This is, I guess, my first job technically where I've ever worked from home. So I've never really known what it's like to have 5 minutes left while working from home. I've certainly, worked in a gas station, worked in fast food, worked in a factory, worked as a coach. I've had other jobs, but it's always been oh, well, an hour left in my shift, and then shift ends, and it's like, well, now I need to go home, so it doesn't actually change anything. I wonder if like that makes the last hour take longer if you're just sitting there and waiting for it to end, you know? The private Halcyon frequency Discord is just all at everyone's this evening. Got a lot of stuff going on in the background. All right, lads, got a long commute, says working from home. Yeah, right, just stand up, walk across the house. You know, it's funny, my dad was telling me that I'd need a commute when I was over there for Easter. He was stating, he's like, you know, Greg, you need a commute. And I was like, why? And he's like, because you're kind of going nuts. I'm like, yeah, I've noticed. And he's just like, how about like you go outside and you walk like 4 blocks down the street, come around, walk around the block, and then back up to your apartment. And I'm like, how about I just, instead of doing that, like get up out of bed, walk 3 steps into the kitchen, walk 3 steps over to my desk, and then just be at the desk all day. It just seems so much easier. I walk after I'm done streaming. I don't walk before. That seems like a waste of energy. Although sometimes I have my phone in my pocket. I've actually had the step counter on my phone turned off for a bit because I find it wastes battery. But my phone has a pretty accurate step counter. I can go through a day with taking less than 30 steps, which is fucked. That's terrifying. Less than 30 steps in a day? Man, that's including like walking from my desk to my bathroom, using the bathroom and walking back, sitting down, walking over to the kitchen, making dinner, sitting down, like just getting up, sitting down, walking around my apartment, going out to the smoking area in the evening, doing everything that I do in a day. But like, man, that can't be healthy. Like that is not good. That's not good at all. You know, I wonder, how do we know the exact limits of rings and earrings, but not the amulet, crown, and bracelet limits? Keep that in your brain, Stone. And next time we have Tarn on the channel, we'll have to ask him that question. We'll need to ask him. It's like, so this is the number of rings that a dwarf can wear. How many crowns and bracelets and amulets can a dwarf have on their person at a time? The thing that I want to know is how many cups can a dwarf carry? You have to do that card. Oh, you actually have stairs in your living space? Man, you lucky. You lucky. You lucky. I like living in a 1-room apartment. The amount of cardio I can do in my apartment is limited. I do yoga in the evenings though. Like that's not normal. The 30 steps in a day thing is not normal. I definitely go outside most days when it's not raining or snowing. Being in good old Vancouver, there is places for me to go walking, fortunately. Got plenty of parks close by. I mean, we've made him look at the code before. We made him look at the code for stress. Why couldn't we get him to look at the code for fashion? Just dig in. Find out everything. Although, actually, on the topic of dwarven fashion stuff, I'll actually show you some of this. Some of the things that we have built up in this fort here. You know what? I'll do that later. Where did that thing go? We made a skirt pretty recently. Oh, the vest. That was recent. We have a artifact vest, which is worth 45,120 dwarf bucks, called the Spry Beetles. This thing is busy. It's a hemp vest made out of hemp fabric. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with hemp and unicorn leather and willow, and encircled with bands of iron and wolverine leather. This item is made from hemp cloth. On the item is an image of dwarves and hemp. the dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Longdeath by the eternal adventure of time and the ignited creation in the early spring of year 5. On the item is 2 round, brilliant cut gems in hemp. On the item is an image of Mistim Attic Paddles, the dwarf, and dwarves in nice. Mistim Attic Paddles is surrounded by the dwarves, and the artwork relates to the appointment of the dwarf Mistim Attic Paddles to the position of Outpost Liaison of the Ignited Creation in Year 1. On the item is an image of Nomal Group Channeled, the dwarf, and dwarves in Praise Opal. Nomal Group Channeled is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Nomal Group Channeled to the position of Queen of the Ignited Creation in the mid-spring of 101. On the item is an image of dwarves and goblins in blue jade. The dwarves are refusing the goblins. The artwork relates to the defeat of the random horror of the joyous devil and the takeover of Seduce Shock by the Ignited Creation in the mid-autumn of year 9 during the conquest of Seduce Shock. Needs more hemp? You need more hemp. Although then again, most things in life need more hemp. What else do we have? We got bracelets, crowns. Looking for more clothing. I mean, obviously we got a billion crowns and amulets and other random things, but what other clothing do we have? There's a musical instrument, a buckler, perfect sard. Rope reed coat. This is a rope reed coat. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It is studded with silver and decorated with almond wood and encircled with bands of rope reed and rose-cut consites and point-cut purple spannels and rectangular limonite cabochons. It is made from rope reed cloth, and this object menaces with spikes of almond wood. On the item is an image of Class Gulf, the limonite mechanisms in rope reed. On the item is an image of Iteb Veiled Whip, the dwarf and dwarves in pigtail. Iteb Veiled Whip is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Iteb Veiled Whip to the position of Queen of the Ignited Creation in Year 1. On the item is an image of 2 giant grizzly bears in silver. Also, just to be clear, pigtail, not actual pigtails, but the plant pigtail, which I don't think is used for making fabric in real life, but is used for making rope in real life. Anyway. Dwarf Fortress. You menace with spikes of almond wood? I mean, don't we all menace with spikes of almond wood? The best part about like all of those vests and things, I just imagine like metal vests. You know, it's like, oh, it's a vest and it's menacing with spikes of iron. It's like, oh, well, obviously it's just like a studded like punk rocker vest, just like patches on it that just like depict bits of dwarven history. That's definitely how that looks to me. It's like actually these dwarves are just falling out of like, I don't know, just a Motorhead music video. Meditate on persuasion. There's better things you could be meditating on. If you had a nickel for every time you menaced with spikes, I mean, I'm menacing with spikes right now. They're spikes of bad personality traits, but they're still spikes. They're still spikes. Of menacing almond wood within yourself? I hope that there's no menacing almond wood within myself. I'll just put it that way. I hope that is not the case. All right, I'm getting concerned. Why am I not able to request merchants? Maybe it's because my dwarves are too busy discussing incision. I don't know. I'm out of coffee again, though. It's not quite lunchtime yet. I felt like I didn't even stream yesterday because I only streamed for like 5.5 hours. It was weird. Like I finished the stream and like got home after getting stabbed with needles and was just like, you know, I feel like I didn't stream today. Like I felt like I took the day off. It was very strange. Yeah, also, bouncing off of whoever said this earlier, I definitely should have made 2 pots of coffee today. apparently feeling like I have a mild flu increases my desire to intake a lot of coffee. The last time I had a flu, which was a couple of years ago, I I drank an absurd amount of coffee and like I basically just lived like most people when you're just like, yeah, I'm living off of liquids. I'm just like, yeah, I'm living off of coffee. Also, sorry, I'm butchering all of those dingoes because they breed too goddamn fast. I wish my dwarves would breed as fast as the dingoes. Come on, guys. Make more babies. We need them. This is gonna become a problem. And this is going to become a problem. Also, speaking of other dwarven clothing things, Diamond Destruct's dwarves made a dwarven coat over here with the description of a giant, this is a giant cave-toed leather coat. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with giant cave-toed leather and giant olm leather and giant wren leather and willow. This object is adorned with hanging rings of pigtail and menaces with spikes of coffee wood, zircon, and elkbird bone. On the item is an image of a flying squirrel man in yellow zircon. On the item is an image of Stinthad Onslaught Sax, the dwarf, in bitter orange wood. Not sweet orange, bitter orange. It's very specific. It's a nice artifact, actually. If anybody gets any good artifacts, you should chuck screenshots in the Discord so I can read them. Diorite. Doing all that. There's something about, like, a dwarf... Okay, actually, you know what that actually is? That's a were squid, or like a were octopus. That's what that's got to be. Just a dwarf with tentacles coming out of its arms? That or some weird, like, gelatinous mask, tentacly experiment coming from some necromancer tower somewhere. It's a were octopus, yeah. Definitely not to be confused with a Y octopus. Totally different things. And, you know, that's the question that we never ask ourselves, is why octopus? I love that I have wind power underneath most of my fortress. Like, there's just, like, wind power coming out of here, just generating a little bit of power to power one pump. And it's, like, underneath the majority of my fortress now. That's a were-Tommy. That's terrifying. You don't want to fight a were-Tommy. I still maintain that the most surprising thing that has happened to me in all of my time playing Dwarf Fortress was actually getting a werewolf. Oh, one other thing. Fancied Ocean, the Emerald Chill is the name of Diamond Destruct's leather coat that I read the description of. Fancied Ocean, the Emerald Chill. It's such a good name. 10 out of 10 name. That's like my favorite parts of Dwarf Fortress. Isn't necessarily the like the descriptions of things, it's the names of things. The Schoolgirl's Nightmare. Coming now to Steam, obviously. Your next indie folk album. Oh god, don't get me started on the... This is my new band name. Although the Emerald Chill sounds like... that could be a lot of things. That could be an indie, like an indie folk band. That could be like a lo-fi album. That could be like some weird ambient electronic project. The scary thing, Beelug, is don't joke, because like you could actually have done that in like an hour. You just thrown together like, here's some stolen artwork, puzzles, and done. There you go. Done. It's like 15 lines of dialogue that you get in between each puzzle. Charge 90 cents for it. Sell 200 copies. You might make $1. You might even break even on the cost of putting the shit on Steam. I mean, isn't that 90% of the porn games on Steam is just stolen artwork? Every now and again, there's like a game that someone puts some effort into, like Cockhead, but normally it's just like, nah, it's just stolen artwork puzzles. I'm upset that I know that that game exists. All right, where did my nice go? Nice. I know I have enough of you. Where are you, though? Nice blocks, specifically. The good ones have stolen artwork? No, the good ones don't have stolen artwork. Come on, man. All of Honey Pop's artwork is original, which is why one of the reasons why Honey Pop is good. Also because Honey Pop's writing is hilarious, but... What, your game? Wait, what's 40% off? Original titties, do not steal. Yeah. Although finding not stolen titties on the internet's actually kind of difficult. Oh, Cockhead? Yeah, there are no... I can confirm. I don't think there are any titties in Cockhead. For reference, Cockhead is literally just Cuphead, but you play as a dick. Although, I'm not certain as to whether or not Cuphead is or isn't a dick. I've never actually spoken with Cuphead myself. Investments are open. I'm not trying to insinuate or criminalize the character of Cuphead. Probably a perfect character. I assure everybody that that link is safe for work. We just have dumb sense of humor here. I mean, that one is obviously safe for work because it's literally just boobies. But... I can never tell if it's obvious that this channel just has a really dumb sense of humor or if people just think that we are a bunch of immature idiots. I can never tell. It's somewhere in the middle, I think. We are a bunch of children. I swear. Late spring. Please don't crash when we hit summer. I'm actually going to save again. You got to get back to work. You do what you got to do.
Nuclear vessels.
Because eventually you'll find the nuclear vessels. Without a little bit of immature humor, now and again, Stone, you're dead. Speaking of immature humor, how goes cloning totally non-legally binding versions of a certain technological billionaire? Be like. We must solve puzzles faster. Yeah, it is a very funny name for a bird, yes. Yeah, Phil Pates, the absolutely generic businessman. Or Phil Bates. Whatever. Going slowly for now. You're trying to find the narrative. Without it, the game is so boring. Can we crowdsource a narrative for a Minesweeper clicker? Be like. That is a question. Like, can we work together as a chat room to come up with? No, we're adding a storyline. Thank you, Darren, for the $2. Cheers. So, we came up with an idea for a clicker, which is you click and it solves Minesweeper puzzles. But the idea is you have not Bill Gates. Who's solving the puzzles for you. And then the idea is Bill Gates is actually just using all of the money from Microsoft to clone himself to be able to solve more Minesweeper puzzles faster. That is the whole concept of this clicker. because we like Minesweeper way too much. But now you have to go get your son the kindergarten. This is important. You should go get your son from kindergarten. Safe travels, man. But thank you very much for the $2, Darren. We've actually filled up the leaderboard now. Damn. Cheers, guys. It comes from 2 species of guinea and cock on the rock and 80 and cock of the rock. Okay. And we'll be able to crowdsource it from there. I'm sure we could crowdsource some silly writing bits together. I'm sure we could. And Pilot Guy, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Blug. So now Blug can have ad-free viewing. Cheers, Pilot. Thank you much. Somebody snipe Kid Fox. What? Lack of hat has been fixed. Everybody needs a good classy hat, let me tell you. I just saw a burb. What was that? Great horned owl? Those are relatively safe. Thank you very much, Pilot, for gifting a sub to Blug. You're storing items in bags. Oh, that was a seed. Okay. Starting to think that there was an actual hole there. I was like, what the heck is going on? Has to be nice or granite because they're the exact same color. We're building a suspended library next to our suspended tavern. And we need to brew more booze. Sure. King wants 3 more ballista arrows. Mayor wants 3 high boots. Longdeath is the name of my fortress, NCJ. Longdeath of the Longest Death, the Millennium Fortress. We're keeping it alive for 1,000 years. And we are on year 206. So we're on year 201 of Longdeath. Exclamation point Longdeath if you want a link to all of the Longest Deaths VODs, because there's way too many of them. And it will keep going until the longest death is complete. Yeah, I'm real proud of your name too. Hopefully Longdeath will go down in history as the longest death. And we only have, actually, we only have another like 170 years to go before it is the oldest fortress that's heavily documented. Because the oldest fortress is Archcrystal, which was 470 years. I might need to actually ask Seth how long, although I could just go check the forum post, but it's been a minute since I've looked at it, so I can't actually remember how long Archcrystal went on for. A really long time, though. But it took Archcrystal 6 years to get to that point. It's taken us 6 months to get past halfway to that. So there is that. That is kind of the main success that we've had so far. My thoughts on Anandar is being read by Candle Pixie, which is Anandar's 3rd book about himself. R.I.P. that good dwarf. Also, thank you to those of you who are slowly trickling into the Halcyon Frequency Discord server. It's kind of fun watching all those communities just kind of collide together. It's neat. It's neat. This will soon be the longest of deaths. Truly it will be. Stormers rolled in. You got a jet. Be safe. We'll see you when we see you, Insane. We'll be on tomorrow. What do you mean you still ain't joined yourself? What do you mean by that? I don't know what that means. Also, tomorrow's stream may start late. I've kind of just decided I'll start the stream once news video is up on Thursdays. I think that that's fair because I kind of want to just do a better job on the news videos instead of recording and editing them on stream. Probably better. Because I had a few people who were like, you seem oddly rushed. I'm like, yeah, I kind of am. Also, we're getting very close to patch day for Jupiter Hell. Let's do that while you're thinking about it. Yeah, exactly. So Jupiter Hell, I think, is actually getting a patch on the 12th. So the 13th next week, we'll be doing a big Jupiter Hell stream. Supposedly, it's going to be a big one. I don't actually know what's going to be in it, but Epion's been saying it's going to be a big one, a big one. So looking forward to that.
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
It's your favorite something on the Citadel, that's for sure. Oh, also, Songs of Six won the Patreon game this month. Also, by the way, for those of you who may be worried, I know I've been pulling down the game that gets voted out twice in a row. I'm just going to keep placing the I'm just going to keep putting the what's the word I'm looking for here? Cogmind in the Patreon game until people vote for it, because I want that to get voted for eventually. What, for the Halcyon Frequency Discord? Yeah, no, it is PG-13. It is PG-13 because Kiri and Jess both have PG-13 streams. So does Sui. So we have to kind of abide by that. It's like, you know, a group of hikers move as slow as the slowest person, so we kind of have to operate under those language rules, which is also going to be the truth for the multiplayer servers, which is going to be kind of interesting because you bet your ass I'm going to be swearing over here. So, be fine. We'll make it work. You have to head out, Aqua. Thank you very much for hanging out as always. I hope you enjoyed the stream. We'll see you when we see you. Aquasar, not to be confused with Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap. Having two Aquas around is a little tricky. You can contain yourself. Good stuff. Yeah, also, you'll get access to the Halcyon Frequency Minecraft server when that launches, as well as the Eco server. Also, there's some internal talk about doing Avarian, the build your spaceship and blow shit up spaceship thing game, because that's getting a big patch in something like 2 months. So we doing that. We have like 4 stones. We do have 4 stones. One could say that we're a bunch of stoners. We have 4 stones and a number of aquas as well. Not a lot of axes or many zons. Speaking of Axon, I'm impressed that you don't pester me to play more Tome, by the way. Take on me? Brander? That's a... Hold on a second. Okay, I found something I need to buy. I just found something I need to buy. Because I own the 7-inch for 2 memes now. That would be a good meme that needs to be added in. Only if you're rolling, Stone. Only if you're rolling. Because apparently, Aha, Take on Me by Aha is on a 7-inch 45 RPM single vinyl record, which would go very nicely with my Africa 7-inch single and my Rick Roll. Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up single. I think that would go nicely with that. I need to buy that. That's $1.50 Canadian, probably like $15 shipping. You don't know where your die is? Well, only if you're blue. Double-D, double-die. Chat, what other dumb songs do I need to buy on 7-inch? What dumb 80s songs? I really need to... I have Rick Astley. Never Gonna Give You Up. I have that on 7-inch. You just need to hang out on Discord more often when I'm doing the Discord streams. May you link a song? Sure, but I can't open it. But yeah, no, I have Never Gonna Give You Up on 7-inch already. So, way ahead of you on that. Was like $18 with shipping or so. Hotel California. That's too good of a song, though. Axel F, fuck you. No. Absolutely not. Okay, so I can't open that. I don't know what that is. Oh, I see. Pet Shop Boys. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know if I actually like Pet Shop Boys enough to do that. You actually gonna make me own Pet Shop Boys? We need Ironic Records. The problem with Ironic Records is I still can't stream them on Twitch. I never will be able to. You need to let Hazard Jeff know that he died of old age. Anything by Modern Talking? No, but I got Talking Heads. It's not quite the same thing. I got tons of Talking Heads records. Yeah, no more lovers for Bastet, I don't think. You'll drop in Discord. You should do that. Do you want me to just spend like $1 bajillion on the first pressing? I mean, I have Kraftwerk's first album on vinyl, but it ain't no fucking original pressing. If you want to give me the money to do that, I'll look into it. Yeah, Bastet. I've said this like a dozen times while you're in chat. Hazard Jeff died of old age. You are single now. At 155 years of age for a dwarf, which is very old. Common Sense Scraping. That sounds like a book. Discuss formal reasoning. This is new. They're discussing formal reasoning. Narvicius is serving wine. No, you won't be able to do that anymore because he's dead. Sorry. I'm sorry for your loss. The humans have arrived to trade. A human caravan has arrived. Well, we've made it to summer without a game crash, so that's good. Not sure even 1 month of wages covers that signal. I mean, I'm going to go. Have you looked up how much it even costs? I don't even. The original Kraftwerk, not the first pressing, $15 CAD, approximately. 75 euros for a 2XLP, not the original pressing. 125 plus 20 shipping for a very good plus/near mint version of it. Yeah, they're like 125 to 200 euros. And I'm not certain that those are original pressings. Oh, I found an original pressing. Very good plus 265 euros. Not worth it. Please don't give me that money. I will not buy it. I will not buy it. Do not do that. And the other human caravan has arrived to trade. Has the... Okay, where's the royal treasurer? From the Confederacy of Sport. Still alive, according to this. Nothing we've received has said that he's died. Wait, what? Did you guys know that my ocean is called the Slow Water? At least it's not fast water. Slow Water, brought to you by Dwarf Fortress. I mean, to sudden arrows with and stuff with swear words. I don't think we're gonna actually go policing people being voicey. It's more like if you swear in the text chat. Like if you're in the voice chat, that's just people talking. People gonna talk. I'm not gonna worry about that too much. But I mean, I might actually install Minecraft for a hardcore vanilla Minecraft server. I don't think I'll stream it though. But I would pop in and, you know, live in someone's house, put a bed somewhere. I'll be a friendly local hobo. I don't know if I'll actually play Minecraft though, because I do not like playing Minecraft. But I might actually do that. Sparkly's been reelected again. Danny has not been keeping up their attempts at becoming a mayor again. You're going to miss abusing scam callers when you go into the office again? How would you abuse scam callers? I think that we've been talking about having like one modded server, one hardcore server, and one like creative server. So I'm not entirely certain what it's going to end up looking like, but a lot of people want Minecraft servers, so we're going to need a variety of Minecraft servers. But yeah, no. You guys should all be able to get whitelisted, no issues. But yeah, the whole pitch for the Halcyon Frequency Discord server is it's just going to be a added benefit of subscribing to a Halcyon Frequency Twitch channel.
So it's like, here's an extra thing that you get for supporting us, and hopefully you continue supporting us once you get that thing. You like hardcore weird if you didn't, considering a certain 213 episode series. You on episode 213? My God, I gotta catch up. I'm only on episode 88 of Longdeath. Only on episode 88 of Longdeath. I've got a lot of catching up to do. Seriously though, where is Zaki? Forgotten Beast Istru has come. A huge hairy leech. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it squirms and fidgets. Its gray hair is long and shaggy. Beware its poisonous bite. Just like leeches in real life. I wonder, actually, are we going to get a Forgotten Beast fight? We might, actually, because the other one is on the screen still. The big ol' Zero, the giant owl, is in the water. I don't know why it's swimming, but it has decided to swim. And Istru is here. We may get a titanic battle. Yeah, but they do bite. And I don't think all leeches are poisonous. So for reference, that capital blue L right there, I realize it's hard to see. And that O right there is the leech. Or is the owl. They're fighting on 2 different Z levels, which isn't hard to see at all. And the leech is dead. That was easy. Seems like our owl is victorious against the leech. If you're here to regain your faith in humanity, you might be in the wrong place. What can I ask though? What caused you to lose all faith in humanity this time? Pete. Also, hello, Pete. It's good to see you. That's a lot of vomit. Holy shit. Come on, dwarves. Get cleaning. You had an argument with anti-vaxxers in a local Facebook community. Well, okay. 3 steps to regain faith in humanity. Delete your fucking Facebook account. Step number 2, stop arguing with anti-vaxxers. Step number 3, isolate yourself from social media because it's a fucking nightmare. Step number 4, profit. Also, I don't know if this helps you gain any faith back in humanity, but there are people getting vaccinated out there. Which is why I feel like garbage today. I feel like I have a flu right now. It sucks. You get yours on Friday? Fuck yeah, man. What, do you know what vaccine you're getting? Because I got Moderna and I feel like shit. It's okay though. I'm all right. But I do feel like shit. So I'm going to go get some lunch. I will be back in a couple of minutes, chat. It's time for me to go do that. Oh, you're getting Pfizer? Okay. What even is the difference? Fucking tomato, potato, stab me with the shit. You get your second on Friday? I get my second in 4 to 6 months. Because Canada's getting fucked. Which is great. It's wonderful. Man. They spelled Chad for a second there, the humans. Well, it's more Chad, but... You get sick on the second? You get sick on the first for Moderna? That's what I've heard. Although, I've also heard that you get sick on both for Moderna. So, you just are used to it for the second. That's the thing I've heard the most, is like... Moderna, you kind of get sick on the first, and you also kind of get sick on the second. Pfizer, you get really sick on the second, but not on the first. You just get a sore arm. So. Got a high fever on Pfizer for the second? Gotcha. I don't know. I think it's just mixed results. You may or may not have side effects on any of them. Also, I think I can speak for everybody here when I say, if you are an anti-vaxxer, get out of my chat. I don't want you here. You're not welcome here. Okay? Yes, that is booting people out of a community for having opinions. And no, I don't fucking care. Frankly, in fact, identify yourself in chat so I can ban you. I don't like anti-vaxxers. In fact, even better, if you're an anti-vaxxer, please go out into the ocean, stick your head underwater, and breathe deeply. That's it. I'm gonna go get me some lunch. Thank you, everybody, for supporting this channel. Seriously. You're all fucking awesome. I'll be back in like 3 or 4 minutes. You just came in, you got get out of chat? Specifically, if you're an anti-vaxxer. Specifically, Nervicious. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere too fast. Gotta get a big round of beers, and if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat room. I'm gonna go get some food. BRB.
Sandwich!
Magma? Is that fucking magma?
All right. Are there any humans still there? Nope, they've all left. Perfect. I return. From the realm of lunch. I have toast. Or I had toast. Toast and 2 kiwis. So, chat, I have 2 very important food questions for all of you. And I have explanations and answers for both of them. But I'm very curious. Do you microwave your ice cream? And do you eat the peel of kiwis? Those are my 2 questions. No and no. Do you microwave ice cream? And do you eat the peel of kiwis? You microwave your ice cream, but only after you've broken a spoon. Fair. But at that point, why not just like let it sit for a minute? What the fuck and what the fuck? So, growing up, I never ate the peel of kiwis. And then my uncle gave me a kiwi with the peel on. And then proceeded to grab a second kiwi and eat the whole thing without the peel on it. Or with the peel on it. And I looked at him funny, and I asked him, I'm like, do you always do that? And he just kind of looked at me like, people don't. And apparently there's like a large portion of the world where they eat the peel of a kiwi. And so I tried it. And honestly, it's fine. It's totally fine eating kiwis without peel. Or with the peel on it. Like, it's totally fine. It's almost like eating a peach. And I'm at the point now where I will eat the peel of kiwis interchangeably, I'd say about half the time. If I'm in a hurry and I have a kiwi, I will just eat it with the peel on it. Not the ends, obviously, but I will eat the peel of a kiwi. No issue. And as far as the microwaving ice cream question goes, I was listening to a podcast the other day, and they just got a question which wasn't, do you microwave your ice cream? But it was, how long do you microwave your ice cream for? And it brought back this memory of an old friend of mine. So I do actually like softer ice cream when I do eat ice cream. It's very rare, but when I do eat ice cream, I like softer ice cream. So I won't microwave it, but I will let it sit for 3 or 4 minutes before I serve it and before I eat it. Just to soften up a bit, so one, I don't break a spoon like was mentioned in chat earlier, and also just because I like softer ice cream and it doesn't give me brain freeze, which is very unpleasant, and I'm not a huge fan of. I'm dealing with all these dead animals that have just shown up. So, have you ever known anybody who microwaves ice cream? Because I growing up, had my best friends at the time growing up, Scott and Jeff, they were 2 brothers, both microwaved their ice cream. And both acted shocked when I didn't want my ice cream microwaved. To the point where they would not only microwave their ice cream, but sometimes they would also like put milk on their ice cream, which I thought was even stranger. Or cream. Like just straight cream. To like mix in more liquidy stuff to the ice cream. And at that point, it's like you're eating more of an ice cream soup than actual ice cream. See, like, I used to do that as a little kid as well, but I think that's more just playing with your food, right? Aqua, like, it's like a combination of, like, savoring your ice cream and, like, playing with it. Like, I think that's kind of okay, especially because, like, in fast food places, like, you know, you go and you get, like, I don't know, what, like, Frosty, I think is the name of the thing that you get at a Wendy's, which is, like, a basically just super high-speed stirred ice cream with, like, sauces in it. Same with like, or like a McFlurry at a McDonald's where it's like, yo, it's like bits of cookie stirred in at hyperspeed into an ice cream so that it has kind of a stirred texture to it. But like, I don't know, like I've been wondering about this, like if there's any logic behind the microwaving of ice cream aside from like ease of stirring. But anyway, one of the podcasts that I was listening to basically just outed, one of the hosts outed his parent as or his dad specifically, as somebody who will take the whole bin or the whole container of ice cream, however much ice cream you have, and just put the whole thing in the microwave for like 3 minutes before serving it, so it was all soupy. Instead of like serving ice cream, you'd go get a glop of slop. I want to know, like, where do the people get the idea to microwave ice cream? It just perplexed me hearing about that. Good God, right? It's like, why would you do that? You're defeating the whole point. Like, I like a milkshake, which is sort of that, right? You know, it's like you put ice cream in the blender with something else that softens it a lot, which is delicious, and you drink that through a straw. But that's, again, like a completely different thing. I don't know. It's wild to me. Also, I haven't had a milkshake in a very long time. I don't know how I would carb count that, but I need to figure out how to have a milkshake. The last time I was out with a friend of mine, I had a beer float. I need to make that happen around my birthday. Just like a good beer, just like a good like Pilsner or something with like a scoop of vanilla ice cream in it. That's something I want real bad. Anyway, yeah, sorry, I was just on weird food thoughts because I was eating a kiwi with lunch. Hold the jug in your hand and then jump up and down. What, for ice cream? What, ice cream with beer in it? Never had one then. You should try one. A beer float is incredible. Milkshake. Oh, I see. Shaking milk. I get you. Okay. Stout floats are amazing. Pilsner floats are amazing. Sours? Like a good sour drizzle? Like just get like a raspberry sour and just like drizzle that on some fucking vanilla ice cream. Oh, it's amazing. So there's that there. Well, see, that's your own fault. Shitty beer with shitty ice cream is actually a beverage that's not bad. Like, you could take like a fucking Bud Light and put a scoop of beer in it, and that's not bad. Like, that's edible all of a sudden. It goes from being like in a like not drinkable, awful garbage in the form of shit in a can, Bud Light. But if you put ice cream in it, okay, I'll eat it. Or I'll drink it, I guess. Not eat it. You still don't eat that. So is ice cream without Bud Light? Sure, but like, if you need to dispose of Bud Light, it's better than just like washing it down the drain at that point. That's like one of the only ways I will consume Bud Light is if there's ice cream in it. But that's more like you're tricking me into having ice cream than anything. Just buy water instead. Maybe don't buy water because the water industry is destroying the planet and an absolute clusterfuck. So maybe don't buy water. Just buy better beer. One of my favorite excuses that a friend of mine made about getting beer drunk all the time was that beer came in packs of 24. He's like, well, I have to drink all of it at some point, right? So I'm just going to like drink it kind of all at once. I'm like, well, how about you just buy a 6-pack for the same price of fancy beer instead of shitty beer? Buy cheese? Touche. Why is the granite all so far away? I've got a stockpile for it. I've had a random desire for cheese recently, and I've been resisting. I'm doing okay over here. How's everyone doing? Oh, just fine. I'm just upsetting chat. That's all, Freeways. Fuck, you love cheese? I haven't had cheese, like real cheese this year, I don't think. It's been a while. Some smoked Gouda jumped into your cart? Man, getting assaulted by Gouda. That's a Gouda problem to have. That was a bad joke. Streamer should go to jail for that one. Streamer go to jail? Oh, you know it. Lots of time spent in prison. Lots of time. I took a dose of an AstraZeneca vaccine and you're having all the side effects possible? Oh, that sucks. I mean, what side effects are you having, Freeways? Because I had Moderna and I'm doing all right. I maybe am acting better than I'm actually doing. Like, I feel kind of like trash. Like, I feel like I have a flu, basically. I feel kind of shaky. I don't feel super strong currently. Not that I'm particularly strong anyway, but you know what I mean? Like that kind of like almost jittery feeling you get. Because I certainly have that. He's just a giant banner. That's pretty good quality. Although you want to know the reality of dad jokes is if you warn people that it's a dad joke when you start telling it, it like defeats the whole point. So if you're going to tell a dad joke, you got to commit to the dad joke. This is why I recommend people text-to-speech them, is so that everybody just has to commit to it. You got to hear it. Once it starts, it's finishing, and you don't really have any way to resist. Yeah, exactly. If streamer groans, then it's a really good one. Although the best part about that dad joke is it requires some Marvel cred, meaning like I would hope that it would come from comic book reading instead of the movies. Okay, guys, so the punchline is that Hulk's name is Banner. Although that, to be totally fair, the Hulk would make a pretty good, like, stand on the side of the road with a spinny arrow sign guy. I'm sure he'd be very good at that job. Headache, body ache, fever, sneezes, nausea, diarrhea, fatigue, and the other things. Wow. That sucks, Freeways. Hope you feel better, man. I definitely have body aches. I feel like I probably have a fever. I haven't actually checked, but I feel cold. I kind of have a headache. I feel a little queasy. My arm fucking hurts. All that fun shit. Just means it's working, but like, ugh. It's not pleasant. It be not pleasant. Curious about how I'm gonna feel tomorrow. Curious about how I'm gonna feel tomorrow. Okay, I think that's it for construction for a little bit. Hey, at least though you have Twitch, Freeways, right? At least you have Twitch. An arm hurt for about 5 odd days. Do you know which one you had? Which vaccine, Stone? We're talking about vaccines, not COVID currently. These are the vaccinations that are giving people side effects, Axon, because they're pretty tough vaccinations. So we're not actually talking about COVID symptoms. You should pay attention to the whole, like, conversation. Not totally true. But fair enough. It also makes you stop breathing, so at that point, diarrhea is the least of your concern. The fun part about COVID is there's still people, you know, getting hospitalized for it constantly. It's funny because, like, in a large cases, a lot of people have just kind of stopped paying attention. But trust me, a lot of people are still in hospital. Okay, so you had AstraZeneca? Gotcha. At least you have a date for yours. Mine's just they'll call you, and in 4 to 6 months is when I'll get my second dose. And trust me, Freeways, that's not the worst thing. The worst thing is you could have gotten hospitalized from COVID. Instead, you have the vaccine, which is nothing but a positive thing. 2021 the record store list day dropped. Okay. Anything I need off that list? I'm just glancing. I see an Ailstorm list there. I don't know. I don't need that. I don't need to own Ailstorm on fucking vinyl. An Avatar is doing a band? What? Fucking Escape the Fate. Just haven't thought about that band in a while. Deftones, The Cure. It's a weird thumping coming from upstairs. It's like thump, 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 thump. It's like someone's listening to music at 240 BPM. Yeah, I'll need to go through that list later. Sorry, Stone. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. No, it's because COVID's evolving. Next one. Me too, Freskins. I got my flu shot and had no symptoms for that, though. In regards to the swine flu shot from back in the day, Freskins. Yeah, I'm going to have to, like, skim through that a little bit more. Oh, literally just a splint. One more item off screen. Just a cherrywood splint. And one of them is putting young people into hospitals in regards to the two strains of COVID thing. Comment. At least one of them is putting young people into hospitals still. At least it's just 2 strains. Well, just 2 strains that we're like heavily aware of that are being publicized in the news. So who knows? Also, Rhinestone, I've got a question. Have you watched any Extreme E? Because it feels like a video game that THQ developed in 2006, but real life. Dogs aim to oil themselves with poo and beer logs. Goats enjoy chewing everything. There you go. That's your Discord word story. I don't have that much, unfortunately. Oh, hey, they brought us a boar. What a boring tribute. You plan on watching more? Me too. Yeah, I'll also watch more of it. It seems entertaining, but also super fucking stupid. Although I'd like to watch them somewhere where they're not like just, you know, driving around in clouds of dust all the time. They come boring gifts. Yes. In the form of a nickel cage. And 1 yellow sand. Wait, really? Mega Ran does? Huh. So chat, I'm just gonna show you these, show you something real quick. Let's see if these load. Please don't actually go to this link, by the way. But I just got a whole bunch of comments, so I feel like I should show these off. Yeah, YouTube already deleted them, so I can't actually show you them legitimately. But check this out. YouTube's already deleted these. YouTube, getting fucking thirsty again, it seems. Getting fucking thirsty with the spam bots, are we? They even spelled private wrong. Privat? Premium privat. Oh boy. Oh boy. Premium privat. And
Many people ask me, Nikita, will we the blin?
Pregnant. Pregnant. Yeah, you have to like go somewhere privat, privat to get pregnant. There you go. No bots leaving rubbish in a while. Yeah, I mean, I've had less recently as well. It's just funny when they do pop up. Hope you're doing well, Wave. Oh, also, Ryan, I have a new toy. Which I don't think you were here for, but you might have been. My power adapter hasn't arrived for it yet, which makes me sad, but eh. What about reverb? Got it used. And obviously, I'm going to try and figure out some way of just working this. Because, like, imagine what I could do with my microphone in this thing. That took me 4 months of saving, ish. Enough money spent this week. Yeah, I feel that. Ficod says, I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. The world is the same as ever. What request do you have of our merchants? I would love to know why they don't come and trade with me for long periods of time, though. Be very curious. I look forward to our meeting next year, Sparkly. Our fortunes rise and fall together. You know, I think I'm just going to sell all of the clothing. I think we're just going to do that. We're going to sell all of the clothing and then remake it all. You ask him if he's been to space. Why would I ask him if he's been to space? What? Like, seriously, what does that have to do with anything? I mean, naturally. Ryan, just like I've traveled around the Milky Way galaxy in Elite Dangerous. Evenings, Persectra. How are we? How are we? Have you returned? It's like, I've been to space many times. Have I made it back down to Kerbin in Kerbal? Debatable. Is there many Kerbals in space? Yes. Are they on spaceships? No. Are they floating lost in orbit? Yes. It's funny, because Kerbal's a harder game than Dwarf Fortress. Bum, 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 ba-da-da-dum, bum, 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 bum. Rescue mission generator. Generated by you. I never made it past the let's launch a rocket and watch it go boom phase, so. Or attempting to? I don't even know what that means, Aqua. What do you mean by KOS and KRPC? To launch to that purplish hell planet and back. So you're better at Kerbal than all of us. Good to know. I made it to orbit once. Poor Chibadiah. He's still up there to this day. I'm much better at Elite Dangerous than Kerbal, is what I'm trying to say. Your Orca still bears the scorch marks. Have you tried that alpha for space legs? Ryan, or looked at that stuff at all? Because the more I look at it, the more I go, man, I don't want any of this. I really, 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 really don't want any of this. I was just wondering if you liked it or not, because, like, it just truly reminds me that that's the last thing I want in any space game, is to get out of the spaceship. Man, chat's just flexing their Kerbal knowledge now. Hey, Will Garden, what's up? I haven't had a chance to listen to the thing that you posted yet. Need to get around to that. How are we doing? Chat, how are we doing? I'm doing all right. My reverb arrived. I bought a reverb pedal. An Empress reverb, which I bought used, but, well, used and refurbished. But, yeah, aside from that, just chilling. I'm battling through side effects of my first shot of Moderna, so I feel like trash, but doing okay. Do I play guitar? No, I'm going to use it for my synthesizer. Please. I do play guitar, but I don't have an electric guitar. I have an acoustic guitar. Now that you deleted Facebook. Did you legit go delete your Facebook account? Because I'm so proud of you if you actually did that. Mother32 is the kind of synthesizer I have. Be on that Korg Volca? Nah. Well, maybe. I might get me a Korg. No, I'm using the Mother because it's more modular than the Korgs. Fair enough. No, if I were to get a Korg, I wouldn't get a Korg Volca. What am I hoping to get out of it? I don't know. What does it matter to you? A nice hobby is what I hope to get out of it. So far, it's doing pretty good at that. Honestly, if you're going Korg, Monologue is your best bet. When did I say I was going Korg? Exactly. No, I'm going Eurorack. So I'm probably just going to skip most of the other, like, standalone synths. But all that shit's such a long way off. It's going to take a long time. It'll grow slowly, though. Something so satisfying about watching dwarves bring a shit ton of stuff out to trade. Greetings from the mountains. Your efforts are legend here. But anyway, Pete, I'm proud of you deleting Facebook. If everybody in the world deleted Facebook, we'd be in a much better place. Although, ironically, I feel like if every single human being who owned a Facebook account deleted their Facebook account simultaneously, I still think Facebook would continue being around for a very, 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 very long time. So just simply deleting Facebook accounts is not enough to destroy the enemy. We must fire Mark Zuckerberg into the sun. It's kind of funny. Mark Zuckerberg is one of the few billionaires out there who actually, like, one of the few young tech billionaires out there who actually isn't loved for some dumb fucking reason or another. I feel like the majority of the billionaires, like, from the tech world out there have weird cults that follow them, yet no one likes Zuckerberg. Must be hard being Zuckerberg. It's kind of funny because they're all just as fucking evil. Because we live in this weird culture where we worship billionaires instead of chopping their heads off. The people that you stayed on Facebook for to move over to message you on Discord. So you're almost about to just delete Facebook. I'm almost about to just delete Facebook. I'll believe you when you say that you deleted Facebook. Oh, no, totally. They will continue to exist. Billionaire, derogatory. There you go. At least Tom from MySpace was an okay dude. Do we really know that, though? It's like Jake from State Farm is also probably an okay dude, but do we really know? What is this game and why are you playing it for almost 6 hours in a row? What is any video game and why would you play it for almost 6 hours in a row? You practically deleted Facebook. Has been at least 5 years since you last opened it. You should log into Facebook and delete your account. Freeways. You should do it. Do it. Do it. Well, I mean, you asked a very generic question about a video game, so I gave you a very generic answer about the video game. But if you're actually curious about what this game is and why I've been playing it for 6 hours, this is Dwarf Fortress. It's one of the most important and intricate games ever made. It's available for free over on bay12games.com/dwarves, and it's the game that inspired Minecraft. And it is one of the deepest and most intricate pieces of software that you can play around with. And why have I been playing it for about 6 hours? Well, I've actually been playing it for about 4,000 hours. That's just today. Is it multiplayer? No. Why would it be multiplayer? Why would you play with other human beings? That's silly. If you want to play with other human beings, go play fucking Fortnite or some shit. No, it's single player, as it should be. You don't delete it because you use your Facebook to log into Spotify and you forgot your Spotify password. You want to know a magical thing? If you delete it, it just gives you a random like set of characters as your Spotify login. So my Spotify is like 128 character with a bunch of random capitalizations and I can't change it. But you should still delete it. Do it. Some economics, it can be multi. I'll just say this right now. If you're going to be that guy who's just like, it needs to be multiplayer, then you're just going to have to find a different game. It's got nothing to do with whether or not it can be multiplayer. This is a game that's been in development for almost 20 years. And it's never had any multiplayer code put into it. It would require a full rewrite of the entire game. And that's literally never going to happen. So, no. And to copy that crap when you logged into Spotify on your Model 3? Yep. I'm so sorry, but also awesome. I've actually thought about like deleting my Spotify account and making a new one. I've been considering that for a while, actually. Just make a new Spotify account and import all playlists. I've been thinking about, like, because there's a bot that will, like, import your algorithms from an old Spotify account to a new Spotify account. I might just try and do that. It's not so much the playlists that I'm worried about. It's, like, the recommended algorithms, which would be a pain in the dick to go find again. But I'll make it work. Eventually, I'll do it. Three ballista arrows. High boots. MMO Yeti. Hello. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, friends. Hi. What's up? How's things? What were you playing? Yeti. Also, hey, Opti Ice Cream. Did you change your name recently? I don't recognize your name. I feel like I should. There's a formal here, too. That's a lot of me.
7 months.
Generally.
HECC, that's a lot of blind.
Playing Hunt Showdown. Ah, okay. Someone in your chat said to raid Dwarf Fortress, and that's how you found your stream? Well, I'm very sorry that they would do such a crime to you. So, welcome to the most incomprehensible game since, I don't know, what's incomprehensible? Crusader Kings? But thanks for sending your friends over. Sup? We're trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years. Is the TLDR goal. If anybody has any questions about what Dwarf Fortress is or any genuine questions about the game itself, give me a shout. It's fantastic, though. I'm making cloth so that we can get more clothing up and running. Very few people have actually played Dwarf Fortress, but you've probably played games that were inspired by it. Is this the Steam version? What makes you think I would have the Steam version? And no, it's not. How on earth would I have something that isn't out yet? Also, if this was the Steam version, there would probably be like 8 times the people watching, maybe 15 times the people watching. Because whenever I do anything with the Steam version on YouTube, it gets about 800 views in the first 5 minutes these days. So no, it's definitely not the Steam version. I'd be way more excited if it was. Yeah, everyone who's played Minecraft can thank Dwarf Fortress for existing. Yeah, pretty much. Everybody who's played Fortnite can thank Dwarf Fortress for existing. Yeah, but you're not everybody who's subscribed to my YouTube channel, right? You know, like I posted a I ran a premiere not yesterday but the day before for that map video that I put up on YouTube, and in 8 minutes that premiere had 300 people watching. 300 fucking 300 people concurrently watching, which is like kind of bonkers. Not that many people tune into my streams, unfortunately. Maybe one day I can convince them all to come over here. They exist. They're just not over here. Nice numbers. They're numbers, that's for sure. But they're actually more than numbers because they're people. Dwarf Fortress is a game that there is a rabid audience for. It's just that they're rabidly interested in something that isn't out for a while. For reference, what people are asking about is this. Which isn't out until time ceases to be subjective. This thing. This is the Steam version, not what I'm currently playing. I'm very impressed that you noticed the moon, because many players have played Dwarf Fortress for thousands of hours and didn't notice the moon. So it says -10, -9, -8, -7, -6, -5, -4, -3, -2, -1, ground level. If I move the camera up a few Z levels, you can see the centers of trees over there on the left, and we're 1 Z level above, 2 above, 3 above, 4 above, 5 above. What you're actually looking at is a 2-dimensional representation of a 3D world. So it's like a contour map that you're moving up and down. That over on the right is telling me what level I'm on. Those are some glorious numbers, Stone. I like them. That's the moon? Yeah, it's a moon. It tells you when where creatures can attack. It turns into a 0 when the moon is full. Yeah, this guy up here is a moon. Holy crap. Hi, Jess. What's up, old guy? Cilantro? And everybody else in there? Thanks, Jess!
Whoa, I curse lid when oh stroke.
I'll let you know when there is formal.
DHI.
That's a funny way to read that out. Hello, Hager Jam. What's up? Infinity, how we doing? Calvin? Donkfail? Trying to say hi to everybody. Naxio, TLG, what's up? And Giraffe, and Cody Hedron, what's up? Those things.
See how he bites off the
What were you
shell
playing
to
today?
get at the nut?
I totally missed all of your stream because I think I started my stream 2 minutes like before you did, and then proceeded to unplug my computer by mistake. I totally like turned my stream on today and then accidentally unplugged my computer, and then turned my computer back on and started my stream back up before the auto disconnect finished. So we ended up winning. Is that a Dan gun? Oh, it's a Dan Pew. Stop it. Dan's got a gun. Run away. I feel like trash. I feel like shit. Yeah, no, I feel achy. I've been getting cold and hot and cold and hot and cold and hot. And it's awful. It doesn't matter if you remove refer raid from your URL because I am a Twitch partner, so it don't care. It literally don't matter. But if you're raiding somebody who's trying to get Twitch partner, then yeah, you gotta do that. I haven't had to do that since, fuck, when? 2018? When did I get partnered? 2018? Hold on. When did I get accepted, actually? $2018, yes. 2018 was the last time I tried to... Yeah, October 2018 was when I got that. That was when I finished having to deal with all that crap. But yeah, no, it's an eternal struggle. Although I will say this, it's a wee bit anticlimactic when you do get it. Because you're like, well, nothing has changed. Time to go back to work. And most of the benefits, well, the major benefits aren't actually happening right now because there's no conventions going on. Although the difference between going to TwitchCon as just a normal everyday outside person versus going to TwitchCon as a Twitch partner is like night and day. You get free coffee as a Twitch partner. Free coffee and free biscuits and free like fruit and shit. Like they just have like a stuffs place for stuffs and food. Anyways, you guys should go follow Jess if you haven't already, because Jess is great. Go follow Jess and help her get checkmarked, so you can checkmark another spot. We're playing Dwarfs, which is a game that everybody will be playing in like a year when the Steam version comes out. So if you're here right now, get ready to watch everybody play this in a few years. Hopefully not a few years. Maybe later this year or in a year. I don't know. Whenever they're done with it, really. Take it back? Never! I go from being like freezing cold to being way too goddamn warm to being freezing cold to being way too goddamn warm. It's awful right now. I feel like I have a mild flu, Jess. That's kind of the symptoms I'm feeling currently. It's pleasant. I'll put it that way. It's pleasant. Pleasant. I'm sitting here going, please make it stop. Yeah, I got my first shot of Moderna yesterday. My arm hurts. No, it's vaccine side effects. It'd be weird if 26-year-old dude would get that, though. That would be strange. Is it really much to do with the Steam version from actual gameplay? Because it looks like it's nearly finished. Is it really that much to do? Yes. There's a lot of things that aren't obvious in Dwarf Fortress that are very small. Things like stuff slowly rots, right? So all of the sprites need to be attached to it. Also, you need to realize this is a game that was not designed to have UI and never had a UI. So it's the rebuilding of every single UI in the game. All that you really see in the Steam screenshots are Fortress mode, which is one of 3 modes of play for Dwarf Fortress. There's also Legends mode, which is a book printout / massive Wikipedia page of every single piece of history from your entire world. That still needs to be done. Plus every single screen for adventure mode, which is just as complex as Fortress mode. That, as far as I know, hasn't even been started yet. I don't think the military screen's been done yet, though. Here's the thing. I don't actually believe the military screen's as bad as people say it is. I mean, it's actually, like, it makes a lot of sense, this screen. Once you know what does what. It's just learning it initially that's weird. But it'll be fine. Especially because you can completely ignore it. I don't know. I'm not a furry, so I don't know anything about paws. Just some old guy. Yeah, it wasn't the one that I had issues with. The one that the screen that I had issues with was just this one. I mean, it's finicky, but it's not difficult. People talk about it like it's the worst piece of UI design. Although fun fact about the military screen is it has full mouse support already. Like it has straight up just has full mouse support. Like you can. Who did I just add in here? You. But, yeah. Fun thing. It's one of the few screens in the game that actually has mouse support by default. Like, these don't. But. This is a stupid game. Yeah, this game's really dumb. Very, 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 very dumb. Like, also, digging works, but only in this top corner of the screen. But why would you ever do that with a mouse when you could just do that? Dwarf Fortress is one of the most frustrating games in the world to see other people who don't play it talk about it. Especially when it's like, how long is it going to take for a thing to be finished? It is incredibly frustrating to watch people talk about it because they're just like, oh, this seems super simple. Why hasn't this been done yet? It's like, because you don't understand how complicated Dwarf Fortress is. And then people are like, but I'm a programmer. I know. It's like, but do you play it? And then they go, no. And then it's like, okay, well then play it for a bit and you'll start to understand. Sup, spokes? Yeah, well, technically, because the default resolution for the game is 190 by 90 is the default resolution for the game. So within the default resolution, mouse support works by default. So you're able to dig and do other basic things with the mouse in the 190 by 90 pixels up in the top left of the screen, which is the default screen resolution. At least I think that is. I might be wrong. But it's within that window that it automatically works. Have fun with Cogmind. Deep fucking nightmare game. No, he didn't forget. He just stopped. There's a very big difference. Is it 80 by 25? I don't know. Anyway, whatever the default resolution is, that area works for digging. You can like click things, but it's only that portion of the screen, and large parts of the UI don't fill up that part of the screen. So like, I don't think, yeah, this you can't click on. None of these buttons work. But like, if I go to a actual dwarf, you can. I thought that one of these worked. Is that the relationship screen? Yeah, see relationship screen, you can click on things. It's very strange. You're probably wrong. I don't know. Yeah, it's been a while since I've looked at it. Do you really need to schedule patrol routes, though? See bad thing. Tell baddie to go kill it. It's about that complicated. But yeah, I don't know. I have a feeling the earliest it'll be out will be like end of summer this year. Based on talking to Tarn recently. And he was still working on building the UI for all the separate shops, all of the separate workshops. And there's 30-ish different workshops that all have their own unique UI elements, which is what he was working through previously. And the gist that I kind of got from talking to him was I was taking him a couple of days to do each one, and he had like, I think it was 27 left the last time I talked to him, which was 2 months ago. He has to move in July. So it's like, I don't know. If there wasn't a pandemic and if we didn't have the forest fires in this part of the world, I'd be willing to bet money that Steam version would be out by now. If we didn't have the pandemic and if there wasn't forest fires in this part of the world. Because people need to realize that, like, the pandemic has definitely slowed down developers' ability to develop stuff, right? And especially, like, the times that I've spoken with Tarn over the past year, it's been a lot of, like, oh, well, you know, forest fires made the last 3 weeks of sleeping really difficult kind of thing. Because, like, anybody in, like, from California all the way up to, like, the greater Vancouver area or even up to, like, Alaska probably saw the forest fire smoke, right? And that shit was not pleasant. Not pleasant at all. Dealing with that was really rough. After the Steam release, it's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be interesting to see. But here's the thing that people need to know. Like, if you want to learn Dwarf Fortress, now's probably the best time to learn Dwarf Fortress. Like, and people, like, look at me and roll their eyes and go, no, it'll be easier when the Steam version's out. It's like, yeah, true, but there will also be a lot more people playing, right? And there's people who right now are playing a lot of this game, who've been playing a lot of this game for a long time, who can answer your questions, who are very interested in helping you. But the second we get a massive flood of noobs, I mean, there will still be the guides and the tutorials that have been made by people, but actually, like, just going into a Discord and asking a question is going to be harder. And it's only going to get harder the more people that are playing the game, because there will just be, you know, more noise in the mix. So right now is probably the best time to learn Dwarf Fortress if you would like to. That being said, I think most people who haven't started playing Dwarf Fortress aren't actually that dedicated or interested in learning the game. So if at that point, then just, yeah, feel free to wait for the Steam version. But just know that as far as I know, the Steam version is not going to have too much more tutorialization than the current game. So, and the hardest part about Dwarf Fortress isn't the controls. It's simply learning what you can do and what is possible. But once people skip straight over the controls and UI problems, I have a feeling people will just be like, oh, this game's not that bad, because it's really not. There's so many harder games out there you could be learning that many people have. What are you specifically doing? A lot of that UI is there's screenshots of it out already. I'm just looking forward to a soundtrack, frankly. Like, here, let's see if I can find you a crafting UI screenshot. Oopsies, wrong button.
Yeah, this is a workshop UI. So like the UI for Mason's workshop, these are the things that are up and coming. These are the things that are queued up, that are already sitting there. So these are the queued up items, and these are the ones that are just sitting in the workshop. It's still like gonna be kind of a janky UI, and the reason it's still gonna be a janky UI is because it needs to fit ASCII for the not Steam version. Like, there's a little dwarf in the workshop, and there's the stuff getting done. There's kitty cat. So there's a workshop UI screenshot. I mean, sound will be a relief because I hate listening to sound sense on other people's streams. It'd be real nice to live in a world where people just stop using fucking sound sense. Because, never liked it. I like the music that comes packed in with it, but all the sound effects are super annoying. At least the controls will be consistent. The controls are consistent right now. They're just consistent in Dwarf Fortress logic, which isn't logical. They're consistent. They're just illogical. There we go. But once you understand this game's stupid sense of logic, they start to make a lot of sense. What, UMKH? UMKH isn't consistent? Are you trying to tell me that BG, UMKH, and then WADXS to select directions is not consistent? That's not consistent to you? I mean, what is a right and left analog stick if it's not directional and... I mean, that's literally just Binding of Isaac controls right there. I'm mostly bullshitting. But yeah, no, UMKH and WKXS is like... But at the same time, you get used to it. Job failed, no resource? Yeah, I never want to hear that again, Vim. Actually, it's more like just random Wilhelm screams for people dying. You gotta pay me money for that shit. If you're gonna make me listen to Wilhelm screams, you gotta pay me, I'm sorry. Will be suitable for the text description? What do you mean? Are you asking will they fit the text description? Because the visuals ideally will represent the looks displayed in the sprite, so the sprite will change based on the dwarf's text description. Or are you asking if the dwarf sprite will replace the text description? Because no, we will still get the dwarven text description. We haven't actually seen what that UI is going to look like yet, but that information will still be readable. Also, worth noting, in the past year, I've had Tarn on my stream 3 times. All of those VODs are available on my YouTube channel, but gonna try and aim to have him on maybe again in either June or after he's finished moving, after July. But that is a thing that we do here from time to time. So if for some reason you're like, I wonder what this thing was like. And if I say that Tarn talked about that last time he was on the stream, it means there's an actual answer for you over on my YouTube channel. I would recommend watching those because they're pretty cool. And if you want to keep up on updates from the Steam version, I make videos every time they post news. So whenever there's new bits of news coming out of KitFox, there's new videos that pop up on my YouTube channel. So for some reason you're like, man, I really like to follow along with this stuff. You can do that very easily over on my YouTube channel. What the hell did I just do? Tunic. Cloth. Vest. 30. Cloth. Cloak. 30. Leather. Leggings. But yeah, no, in the Steam version, all of the individual bits of clothing will be visually represented. I very much doubt all of the jewelry will be represented because, I mean, I would love to see a dwarf with, you know, 18... I'd love to see a dwarf with 18 crowns on their head, but I doubt we'll ever actually see that. $17 rope reed amulets. There you go. 140 rings. Just a weird glove made out of rings and bracelets. Yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing that. Getting tons of this stuff done. Meaning, dwarves are about to start making clothing. You look like a penis, Holy Spokes. I mean, can you even still make dwarves do that? Because I haven't actually managed it outside of adventure mode. I know in adventure mode you can just like put on stuff. It'll probably just show whatever's on top, right? Like if you happen to have like a dress or something on, it'll probably just show whatever the highest clothing piece is. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. I was going to say, like, I thought that was a bug that was fixed a while ago. I know you can still equip 2 shields. But especially if you're like a spider person, then it's like, well, how many extra hands do you have? Okay, how many extra shields do you want? Okay, let's go. You know what I mean? I mean, a lot of things are in tutorials and in older versions of the wiki that are out of date. And a lot of people still quote the wiki and are like, but it's in the wiki. And then they'll link to the wiki, and at the very top of the wiki page, it'll be like, this is for an older version of the game. Odds are pretty good. It's broken. Yeah, like most of the Danger Room theories, like the reasons people still think Danger Rooms still exist and still work is because of a certain Seth review, which is outdated and factually incorrect. In fact, I think it was outdated as at the release of the review. Like, I'm pretty sure it didn't work when he released that review. But anyway, I mean, Dwarf Fortress is like suffers from a fuck ton of false information about it, right? It's like one of the biggest crimes against Dwarf Fortress actually is there is he lost dwarves in the Danger Room. Okay, there you go. I mean, I fucking hate the guy, so I try not to watch his videos if I can avoid it. But yeah, no, it's very, very much a Dwarf Fortress suffers from a lot of false information, which is part of why Dwarf Fortress actually scares away so many people, is because they see outdated information and it spooks people. You reviewed some old Lazy Nude Pack. That's what it looked like. Freskins, like that's what I thought. It's like I thought that he was actually just like reviewing a bad version of the game, but whatever. You can still play old versions if you want that too, yeah, which doesn't make things any more or less confusing for people. I've definitely had people running into problems and asking questions, and then I'm like, wait, what version are you playing on? And then they're like, X version. I'm like, you know you're playing on a version of DF from 2012, right? And then they're like, what? I've had that happen like easily a dozen times now. No? I thought it still is. Because you can search by... When you search for a thing in the wiki, it gives you an option to search by different versions. I'm pretty sure... I mean, maybe not. I'm pretty sure that you can still search by different versions, because I was looking at it... Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misreading the wiki, but... Stone's whiny again. Does it? Okay. I mean, I don't look too closely because I only ever look at the most recent ones, right? So I just get annoyed when I watch a tutorial for Dwarf Fortress and it's just some bloke reading the fucking wiki verbatim while playing the game and loosely following semi-inaccurately. It just drives me nuts, so. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. I get real sad when I see people just spreading false information or asking me questions about specific false information in relation to Dwarf Fortress. It just kind of hurts a little bit. It's like, well, that number one, that's wrong. Number two, that never was a problem. Number three, it's like, how many problems do you have with tantrum spirals? How have you not died to a tantrum spiral yet? It's like, well, number one, I know how to play the game. Number two, it's only a problem if you don't know what you're doing. Number three, that hasn't been a serious issue since circa 2014. Come on. Like, yes, you could start a loyalty cascade, but that's different from a tantrum spiral. Exactly. Well, it's me. I've certainly come close to having tantrum spirals, but that was partially intentionally. Or towards the end of a fortress anyway, which is fine. Where you just kind of like let things go nuts and let them start killing each other for the fun of it. I've had loyalty cascades, which a lot of people confuse with tantrum spirals. Imagine just like taking decent care of your dwarves and then they don't kill each other. Weird, right? Is Discord having some sort of outage because half the servers that I'm in aren't loading? Been like that all day. Yeah, half of the servers that I'm in just kind of look like a gray screen that says messages failed to load. So none of the really important ones, but so they stare at the dead all day. Yeah, that's also pleasant. Yours shows errors on a few servers? Okay, so at least I'm not alone. One of your doggos had surgery yesterday, and now she's running around like nothing happened. Tough doggy. Good shit. That's good to hear. Dogs getting surgery is always kind of scary. Don't actually know how much cloth I have right now, but looks like we're doing okay. Oh, gross. That's upsetting. It's a good thing that they got removed, though. Yeah, it sounds like a minor surgery then, if it's just some cysts. Your cat had IBS or cancer, and she was gone for a while until you got some steroids from the vet. DH for like 5 years. Oh, really? She's playing chubby again. That's good. Yeah, my parents' cat is, well, actually, here, I can just show you some pictures. My parents' cat is 20 years old, and I posted some pictures in the Halcyon Frequency Discord. This guy. This is actually kind of an older photo of when he was in my apartment, but yeah, this is the cat that I grew up with. He's 20 years old. He's almost completely blind. He can barely move his back legs, and he has serious arthritis and can't jump more than like, I don't know, quarter of a meter maybe. He can barely get onto a chair, to give you an idea. But like, dude still gets into cat fights and beats up the local cats, according to my mom. Yeah, he's an adorable kitty. He doesn't really meow anymore. He just kind of goes, "Bah, bah, 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 bah." It's very funny. Like he sounds like an old man when he talks. He doesn't talk like a cat anymore. He talks like a it's got like this weird wobble to his voice. I get to take care of him sometimes when mom and dad go on trips. And so at the very beginning, like right before the pandemic started, my mom and dad went for a long weekend to one of the local islands, and I got to take care of the cat. 23 to 24 years old. Gotcha. Good shit. Good old cat. Good old kidders. You also have a cat like that, but he's slightly younger and he's a fat ass. Yeah, no, this cat has always been super skinny. This cat used to bring rabbits home. Like, he grew up in a massive country property with like more space than a cat would ever need, right? Right next to 2 cow fields and a horse paddock and like all that stuff, with neighbors that also had cats, but like he had so much space. And now he basically lives in a kitty cat retirement home on my parents' property with 1 backyard, and he goes into the backyard and apparently still kills rats sometimes. So he's brought him a rabbit once, yeah. Papageno, which is the name of that cat. Any opera fanatics out will know who that is. But Papageno brought home weasels, rabbits, baby raccoons, rats and squirrels of all sizes. He brought home snakes, birds of all sizes. The only thing he didn't bring home was a dog. And there was one point where one of my neighbors, a few houses up, so like a couple kilometers away from us, had a small rental home on their property, and the lady that was renting it owned a bearded dragon and a chihuahua, and we kept on joking that the cat was going to bring the chihuahua home. They never did, but I still was kind of shocked that he didn't bring the chihuahua home. He ate an entire squirrel once and only left the tail under the back porch. I love it when cats do that. I don't like cleaning it up though. There's something about the phrase fat fuck that just makes you chuckle, no matter the context. It makes me chuckle when we're talking about cats. Otherwise, I'm worried I'm offending somebody. Oh no. Wait, a live raven? If it was still moving, that would be kind of terrifying. Okay, well, I mean, I can call you that, but I wouldn't just go randomly calling somebody that, you know? A live raven? Damn. The cat chased a hummingbird into the house once, and my mom had to go catch it, which was funny. She got to catch the hummingbird and let it go. A fucking live raven. What a cat. What a cat. Yeah, no, Papageno had both of his back legs dislocated and both of his front legs broken and a bunch of ribs broken and needed stitches because he got mauled by some wild animal. We, to this day, don't know what it was, but he got mauled by something. I need to make more ballista arrows for the king. And this cat basically was dragging himself with like a front leg that was broken and didn't work. Oh shit. Abe named his spear into Uvar, named it Uvar
No. Good stuff. But this cat was dragging himself up the driveway and screaming, and my dad heard him from inside and just said, I remember him just getting this white look on his face and saying the cat's hurt. And he just ran outside and took him to the vet, and he had a cast on every single one of his legs. And one of his legs was in a sling and a cast because it dislocated his back hip. And that cat has since lived another 13 years since that happened. So he's doing pretty good, I would say. He's doing pretty good. Considering he just has arthritis in his back legs and can't jump properly, that cat's doing great. Cats are very strong little critters. How do you sling a cat? Very carefully, I think is the only way I can answer that. A cat is built like a Nokia. I mean, he's a Russian blue, if that means anything. Yeah, very carefully. There you go. Nah, I mean, probably. I don't know. Lag should be taken into account. What was me? Lag should certainly be taken into account. Preferably with gloves on. Yeah, basically, you need to wear armor. Just put on, like, massive fucking gauntlets. And handle cat very carefully. I don't know what I want to play this evening for After Dwarfs, because we're getting kind of close to the end of Longdeath for today. We did have the one crash, which kind of set us back in time a little bit, which sucks. But I don't know what else to do. I don't know what else to do. I could just play more Dwarf from Antec, but I don't know. I feel like chat's starting to get tired of that. So what do we think, chat? Any ideas? Do I autosave? Of course. You posted your dog? Should also put it on the Halcyon Frequency Discord. Duh. That's a good doggy. That's a good doggy. That's like the biggest fucking smile I've seen on a dog in a minute. Also, no offense, but your dog looks almost cross-eyed in that photo. That's very funny looking. That is a really good picture. That's like almost like Discord icon photo worthy. Like, that's real good. It's because you had her ball. Oh, she wanted her ball. I get it. Should put a picture of my parents' dog up there. This is going to end up being the construction for our future library for Longdeath. She's very sugar-faced now? Oh, fair enough. It's a good picture, though. Like, that's almost worthy of /r awe. That's how good that picture is. Who named their dog Gumshoe? It's a good name for a bulldog, though. Gumshoe's a real good name for a bulldog. Can wagons go downstairs? Yeah, they only do ramps. They can't take stairs. Wagons cannot go up and down stairs. They can only go up and down ramps. Lame. I mean, have you ever tried to drive a car downstairs versus driving down a sloped road?
Don't work so well in Grand Theft Auto, I can tell you that. Wagons are pretty maneuverable, but they can't go up and down stairs. All right, so I was trying to get more merchants most of today, but we just haven't, and I'm very worried. About the fact that they're not sending us merchants. My ear's itchy. Kind of tempted to restart playing through the Witness today. Kind of tempted. The human merchant from Bastigismac has arrived. Annual tribute. That being said, I should probably also just finish playing through hex cells first. That's something I need to finish before I start another big puzzle game. Stone, are you around? I'm not sure if you went to sleep. I'm going to assume Stone is asleep. It is a small tribute. These guys always bring small tributes. There's 3 different factions that bring me tributes. 3 different human factions. 2 of them bring pretty small tributes, and 1 of them brings massive tributes. Those 2 bring me pretty small ones. That is a pretty small one. So nothing super out of the ordinary, I would say. But we've made it into early spring on the 3rd of Granite. 207, which is pretty good. It's pretty good. Spring? Yep, you missed it. There's a screenshot up on Discord. Stone. I asked if you were around, but you didn't respond, so I just posted. It's very small. Yeah, it's all good. Don't worry about it. It's a pretty small one. Something else I want to do with this area is I want to make this stairwell a little safer because currently it's a wee bit precarious and it did kill a dwarf once. So I kind of want to encase that in glass as well. Does anybody want to play some Lost Flame, chat? Because I kind of want to try and get another run going in Lost Flame. If there's anybody out there that would want to play some Lost Flame, maybe start that game up, because I think that's what we're going to do in the evening. And then once I'm done with that, I'm going to play some Dwarf Romantic. And then tomorrow in the evening, I think, we're going to pick up the Patreon game this month, which is Songs of Six, or Song of Six, which is a kind of city builder-y thing. Should be interesting. It's one of those Capital inspired by DF games. I'm going to stop doing that. I don't want you to fall down that. Which I fear you may. So yeah, plan for tomorrow is Dwarf Fortress. In the morning we'll do our normal allotment of Longdeath, and then in the evening we will check out the Patreon game. But I think tonight we're going to play some more of that Lost Flame. I keep doing those medium runs and trying to get a really good one going. Because I'd like to try and beat that game. There's a lot of stuff I'd like to try and do in that game. Also, I've kind of been feeling the itch to play a little bit more of that War Sim, since there's been 2 major patches, and it's been about a month since I played last. I'm thinking in like a couple of weeks we'll do another playthrough of that. I kind of want to try the Dwarf Fortress mod for it, because there is a Dwarf Fortress mod that's built in. Here come the elves. It's interesting. Why did the trades keep getting smaller with the elves? There's only 2 of them this time. They were up to like 12 wagons, or like 12 bits of livestock. It's just weird. They're sending so few now. Be back in a second. I'm going to go use the restroom. All right, I return. Looks like the elves are ready to trade. The elves are always amused when they arrive. They're always here to just hee at us. Hee hi ho hum. I smell the blood of an Englishman. Santa's sick. What's up? Hello. Why is Santa sick? Hopefully Santa gets that vaccine quick, because Santa's in a high-risk age category. Out of shape and elderly. Santa should get priority. Legally, yes, I am blind IRL. Generally, one person would, with the username that they have assigned on their channel, is generally the person that they claim to be. And I don't see very well, if that's what you're asking. Isn't he also immortal? He's also a lie. So there's that. God damn it, fluffy wamblers, but no gremlins. I am indeed legally blind in real life. I see garbage all the time. I've got floating blind spots, tunnel vision, issues with my eyes staying focused, all that fun shit. I know the people who breathe air die, Katsu, but I don't know if people who are alive die. People who are alive just don't get the opportunity to exist in the first place. You're not actually Santa? Well, your name doesn't say, I am Santa. Your name says, Santa is sick. So I was reading it more as like a PSA that Santa is sick. So Santa should, you know, get some Advil or whatever Santa needs. All right, well, what's your point? I don't get the point of any of this discussion you have propagated in my channel so far. Well, that would imply that my name is a lie. My name is not a lie. My name is complete and total truth. I am blind IRL. Always have been. Was born this way. With shitty eyes. And they're getting worse, too. Just like insult to injury. The older I get, the worse my eyesight gets. Misread. Can't say it's fine. So, like, I guess my question, Santa, is sick. Well, what is your purpose? Are you here to provide something to the conversation? Or are you here to ask me about my name and then go on to confess that you are lying in your username, which is a horrendous sin, and was punishable only with, I don't know. What do we punish in? I don't know. Here, you can have it, rubber duck. There you go. That's your punishment. Hope you appreciate it. Also, Rhinestone question. Should I set my Empress reverb up so that my microphone goes through it before it goes into my DAC? Should I set that up? Because I could totally do that. So I could just have, like, big fancy, like, 18 different versions of reverb for my stream mic. I could absolutely set that up. And I'm kind of tempted to just do that when I'm not using it for the synthesizer. You are the only one for me. Oh my god. That just brought back some memories. You know, my mom ruined VeggieTales for me in one sentence yesterday, because she stated that Larry the Cucumber is the original Minion. And she says that the Minions are actually just dressed up Larry the Cucumber, and it makes me very sad now that I have that image in my head. Because she's kind of not wrong. And then was shocked that I was upset to hear this. Well, I'm not your dad, so I can't forgive you, Santa, unfortunately. You need to leave and unhear that? Okay. Well, there you go. Done. You've unheard it. I took it back. I said it all backwards. You never heard that. Side note, fuck the minions. You know, it's always funny how common the word stone is used in a DS stream. Generally, yes. Generally. Or any game where you're building stuff. I'm not trying to fuck the minions, but fuck minions. Also, hey, Squog. Squog, should I start playing through the Witness? I'm sitting here and going, do I play Lost Flame this evening and try and beat my PB on regular non-ranked play? And then play Dwarf Romantic later tonight? Or do I start playing through the Witness again? The problem is the second I start playing through the Witness again, I'm going to have to play that every evening until I run out of... I mean, you can meme. It's fine, Magnos. Just don't be obnoxious. You've yet to do the challenge. I know where to start the challenge in the Witness. But I never actually finished the big end thing. Because I, like you, realized that if I finished at the end of the game, I would have to play through the whole game again. And then fuddled around for about a weekend and then gave up and then never actually 100% of the game and have since lost my save. So I do need to go back and redo that stuff. I need 2 more ballasses. Nope. There we go. And then sand. 50. Let's collect some sand. That, or we could... Actually, you know what's another thing we could do? We could attempt the closed casket special tonight. That's another thing we could do. Oh, you're speaking in third person? Well, best of luck, Stone. Let Stone know that we hope that they succeed successfully and are able to return to us in the first person. Sooner rather than later. But even if it is later, that is fine. Whatever makes Stone happy. This is infuriating to him? Well, that's unfortunate. Is there any way that we can help pull Stone back? I know from this. Bring Stone back to sanity, you know? No? Okay. Fair enough. If this is infuriating to Stone, though, I'd like to try and help if possible. So, Santa, I have a question. Are you just here to bullshit, or do you actually plan on, like, you know, providing something for the stream? Because currently you're just bullshitting. And it was kind of amusing initially, but now it's getting kind of old. Ah, so you're one of those. I get you. Well, you have like a minute to start participating in chat. There you go. I have like a level of tolerance for bullshit, and when you hit the peak of it, I just ban people. So, you know, you do you. Especially when we start, like, you know, suggesting racism and shit. Like, that's a real quick way to go away. Yeah, no, it's fine. But you got to remember that this isn't like, you know, a normal Twitch stream, right? Most channels are, you know, significantly higher viewed than mine and a lot busier and have faster moving chats. So if you say something stupid, I get to stare at it potentially for the next 15 minutes. I don't like staring at stupid shit. So, like, if you're just here to make me stare at stupid lines of text, I'd rather just ban you and then just not have to deal with it. So, like, you got to balance your stupid with, like, actual meaningful or at least borderline surface level conversation. Otherwise, it's just obnoxious, you know? That's all. Let's mint 3 more gold coins because I know I got some more gold lying around. At least I'm pretty sure I got some more gold lying around. Cool. Working on the ballistas. Good stuff. Good to hear, Stone. Glad to have you back. Glad your brain freed you. This dwarf does not like being outside, but is a pretty happy dwarf overall. Even though they're sad after not being able to be around friends for too long. Didn't feel anything after being unable to pray, so go fucking pray, you weirdo. Speaking of Stone, how is Stone doing? Because you were whiny earlier. Hey, there you go, you're fixed. Perfect. I like how Stone's always the last one to continue doing the combat drills. It's kind of funny. Ponder conical water clocks, because we discovered those recently. No, not really. Magna, not really. I've never really run into that, but I've certainly had friends talk about it. Specifically, one friend of mine who gets auditory hallucinations on a pretty regular basis, talks about having stuff like that. Having like a narrator follow him around. Fortunately, my brain doesn't generally do that. Unless it's like my brain telling me that I want to jump off of a very, 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 very tall building, which it does every now and again. It's not very nice of it. I wish it would stop. In fact. It does that every now and again. Fortunately, it's infrequent. It's unpleasant when it does, though. Most of the dwarves are like putting stuff away right now. Not a nice voice to have around. It never is. Generally isn't. Brains are mean sometimes. Yeah, I second that. There we go. We got that sand getting collected. Make a bunch of windows. That's good, Magna. Got dwarves minting gold coins, including one of my kings, including my king. Curious what they put on the coins this time. On the front of a coin is a finely designed image of Astith Bearbell, the dwarf and dwarves. Astith Bearbell is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates the appointment of the dwarf Astith Bearbell to the position of outpost liaison of the Ignited Creation in the late winter of 74. It's Asteth. Oh, I remember that dwarf. On the coin's back is a superiorly designed image of Kade, Machine Hollow, the dwarf and dwarves. Kade, Machine Hollow, is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Kade, Machine Hollow, to the position of king of the Ignited Creation in early summer of 196. I really like this coin. I really, really, really like this coin. To the point where I'm going to screenshot and stick it on the Discord, because I really, really, really like this coin. It's an image of the past of a past outpost liaison who served us for many years and are now king. Yep, you did. It's a great image. I like that. No, it really isn't. You don't think anyone is out to murder me or something? Oh, that's good. I mean, the reality is there's always somebody out to murder you. They're just generally on the other side of the planet, so you don't need to worry about it. That's generally how I deal with it. It's like, well, there's probably somebody out there to murder me, but I also probably don't need to worry about them, so. Look at all those dwarves making glass windows. Got our glass production up and running. I'm going to do a second layer on the library with green glass balcony windows everywhere. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be absolutely glorious. I feel like after Longdeath, I really need to try using ballistas as proper defense, because I got so many ballista arrows. Sometimes thinking they're completely safe behind their proxy or something, but even though it's a rare case, you're pretty sure that you shouldn't underestimate pissing off the wrong person who will be dedicated to wiping that smug grin off your face. I mean, I'd be dead if that was the case. I need arrowheads, that's the problem. Actually. Sure, fair enough. You're not causing problems, but you just need to realize that I pride myself on running a channel that is interesting and has discussions. And when there's one person just like rambling about their own bullshit, it's like, that's not really providing anything to the conversation or benefiting the channel. It's just kind of annoying. So that's totally fine. You can go play your character. Just maybe keep that shit to a minimum here. And like, you can even play your character here. I don't care. Just keep it to a minimum. Like that, if that's the primary point for you to be in my channel, then I'm the only way I can put it is you're watching the wrong stream. So I'm not stating that you've offended me. You're definitely not offending anybody in the channel, I don't think. But you are really fucking annoying when you were doing that. So just, if you want to do that shit, be my guest. Just do it within reason. And remember that, like, we have this rule, which is pretty simple. So act like that, and you will be that very quickly. If you actually want to, you know, be in this channel and watch this stream, be a member of the chat and be valued. Otherwise, I don't know what you're even doing here, right? There's definitely channels where that kind of behavior is accepted and, in fact, encouraged. This channel isn't really ever going to be one of them. So just keep that in mind, I guess. You know? Especially when you go, like, hacking about whether or not things are considered lives or not, because, you know, on one hand it's tongue-in-cheek, wink wink nudge nudge, but also all humor is born in truth. And so when you start, like, you know, joking about, oh well, this isn't actually a human being, it's like, well, what are you even joking about at this point now? Because it's not looking like a joke anymore. Instead, it's just looking kind of tasteless. Buying ham is a symbol for you? What kind of symbol? Symbol of freedom? Symbol of happiness? Symbol of wealth? Symbol of nap time? That's what ham looks like to me, because if I eat ham, I get sleepy and I need to go to bed. If I eat too much ham, I need to just fucking sleep for a bit. But I do appreciate the apologies, Anna. I'm gonna need a big ol', like, ammo stockpile sooner rather than later. God, I've already made most of the glass windows. We need like another 100 of them. But yeah, we're gonna put the glass windows up on this layer, one layer up. I mean, whatever you gotta do to justify living another day, right, Magna? If it's what you gotta do to justify it, then do it. And if it sounds weird or is strange to other people, it doesn't matter if it gets you through your day. And if something helps you get through your day without thinking that random person's gonna snap your neck because of reasons, then I guess that's a positive, right? I'm very fortunate in that I don't have any voices in my head telling me that or those sorts of things, and I generally don't run into issues with random people in public places. But I'm also like completely desensitized to a lot of things that would fuck up a lot of people pretty quick, which is very, very obvious when I'm talking with my mom about how people act in public, and the sort of things that scare my mother versus the things that scare me is like kind of astonishing. Very few things in person startle me or concern me or worry me. Unless there's like somebody running at me with a weapon, like I'm not even gonna flinch. Let's try not to break your outlook. Oh, I'm also gonna die young, don't worry. Right there with you. I know that feeling. And it's just like, oh yeah, no, I'll be dead in 60 years. Don't worry about it. It's all good. World's gonna explode, and because nobody's bothering fucking taking care of it. But it's okay. I'll be dead before then. See, when you were at your lowest, when you went down to get some ham, due to your anxiety of buying the fucking ham, you pretended you forgot and went for, and called your mom. So I was getting counseling. I made buying ham symbolic. I can buy ham alone with no calling your mom. I can do anything. Yeah, that's kind of powerful, actually. I like that. It's good shit, man. I like that. If you can buy ham alone without calling your mother, you can do anything. Although I think we've made pretty good progress today. We built this whole piece here. No babies. Lost one dwarf, which is very unfortunate. A few of my dwarves grew up. I'm still running into that problem where I'm not getting merchants now either, which I'm starting to think is like some sort of memory issue. Meaning we may be in trouble. I need a bunch more dwarves to be born, though. Also, investments are open. Heads up, chat. The 420 didn't go through. You need to try that again. Yeah, there you go. Invest 900. That's a lot of channel points or tickets. I'm starting to like mesh channel points and tickets together in my brain, and it's bad. Dwarves are making a bunch of ballista arrowheads. Yeah, I think tomorrow we're gonna dig out a large area back here, and we're gonna make a big ol' ammunition stockpile. Candle Pixie, you really don't like hunting. Okay. I'm gonna take you off of hunting. Easy come, easy go. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. If it works, it works. Have fun playing with them. Or thrust back into your lifestyle of your 18-year-old self, but you can buy ham. Which is better than, you know, many people in other countries and other places, and probably even in your own country, you know, just people who have a hard time putting on a fucking mask and buying ham because they insist that they shouldn't need to. Although I think that we're rapidly running into a world now where people are wearing masks regardless because, well, it's been, as my mom said, my mom teaches little kids in a school that she owns. And welcome back, Vlog. As she said, it's been like one of the healthiest years for kids with sniffles ever for her. Like, all these little kids are wearing masks, and it's like record numbers of these like 4-year-olds not getting sick. You found a rabbit duck on sidewalk. Pardon?
A rabbit duck. What's a rabbit duck? Oh wow, I don't want to imagine how messy your place would have been, but I'll be honest, I only went out to check my mail I've only gone out to check my mail once a week. I only started checking my mail frequently recently because I knew that I was going to get a vaccine invite. But outside of that, like I literally only check the mail once a week because of that. I used to check the mail every day. Now I check the mail once a week. Oh, really? Like a rubber duck with rabbit ears? Weird. Good win, Aegis. Rip everybody else. Fair enough. I mean, to give you an idea, Santa's sick. There was a guy who would come by this channel almost every day for a while back when I used to do stuff in the Just Chatting directory before I just kind of stopped. Because I used to stream the intros of my streams in the Just Chatting directory, and then one day I just kind of stopped. There was this guy who would come by every single day around the same time called Dong Awareness. D-O-N-G Awareness with a bunch of numbers at the end. And I would ban him every single day because he would do the exact same thing, which is come in and just post giant ASCII dicks. It was always the funniest fucking thing in the world. We all laughed about it. It was a good time. And I would always ban him because like that's what you do. When somebody likes that comes in and promotes that kind of behavior, you ban it. Still funny as fuck, but we banned it every day. And there was a couple times where he popped in and didn't spam and just said hi. And we just chatted with him for a little bit, and then he would spam it. I'd ban him and he'd move on. So it's like, some people just want to have that kind of relationship with this channel, and that's totally fine. But just realize that like my tolerance levels for that kind of stuff is only so much, right? So I'm totally fine with people goofing off and being in character and being silly and having that thing. Just make sure that we know you first and we know that you do this thing. Otherwise, it's just annoying and nobody likes that. Probably wash your duvet because it's too large for the washing machine. Oh, that sucks. I was gonna say just put it. I was gonna say just put it in the bathtub, and just like soak it in like just a little bit of light, like washing machine detergent, and then empty it out. Or empty the bathtub out, lift it up and like kind of try and wring it out as best you can. Put it back into the bathtub with just plain water in it, and then hang it up overnight, and you'll be good. That's what I would recommend if you can't actually clean it in your washing machine, which is something I've done before. But it is now summer, and I think that we're gonna call it for dwarfs for today. So we have done quite a considerable amount of dwarfs today. 5.5 hours, I think, maybe 6. Actually, yeah, it's getting close to 6. We're gonna go only a shower. Oh, damn. I mean, you could still do it in the shower. It would just be a lot more work. But we're going to save the game. And I'm gonna ask you guys a question, chat. Actually, you know what? Nah,